Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sure.
Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Moore,
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara. Present. Councilman Iacili.
Here.
Councilman Pell.
Present.
Councilman Scivone.
Present.
The following minutes are available for the town board's approval. You have a special town board meeting, organizational meeting, and regular town board meeting.
Will we do that all in one resolution?
We have in the past, if you make one motion.
Okay. I think it should be a motion from somebody who was here for the December meeting, so I'd like to.
Motion to approve the minutes?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, the following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the New York State Association of Towns, notice of 2024 training school and annual meeting, New York State Liquor Authority, 30-day advance notice to local municipality. We have a new application for East Montauk Highway, Hampton Bays, and a renewal for Mid-Ocean Drive and Bridge, Hampton. Suffolk County Department of Economic Development and Planning, notice of aquaculture lease board meeting for January 22nd, which was yesterday. So, Town of Riverhead, notices of adoption. Town of Southold, notices of adoption. Village of West Hampton Beach, Zoning Board of Appeals, applications for 352 Dune Road and 97 Hazelwood Avenue. Financial disclosure statement filings were filed by the listed individuals, and emails, letters, and land use applications were received regarding the following. Proposed change of zone entitled Liberty Gardens, County Road 39, Southampton. Proposed redevelopment of downtown Hampton Bays. Proposed lithium battery energy storage systems, BESS. Proposed Riverside sewage treatment plant. And 370 Fowler Street LLC, Watermill. The following bid and request for proposals were received on January 17th. A bid for Mercury Marine Parts for the Marine Patrol, and a bid for walking floor trailers for municipal works. On January 18th, an RFP for professional municipal sewer services was received for land management. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see, we have two public hearings scheduled, and you want to do the walk-ons now? All right, and there's 4 walk-on resolutions. Sometimes that happens because of the timing of things. So we need to pass resolutions to allow them to be added to the agenda. Would everybody have an opportunity to look at them and do them all at once? Yeah. Okay.
So moved.
So a motion by Councilman Iacili to add each of the 4 walk-on resolutions to the agenda.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay.
All right. Public hearing number 1, to consider the adoption of the Community Housing Fund Project Plan.
Good afternoon, Madam Supervisor, Town Board. I am Kara Back. I'm the Director of Housing and Community Development for the Town of Southampton. This is a further continuation of the public hearing for the consideration of the adoption of an amendment to the town's 2022 housing plan called the Community Housing Fund Project Plan. As you will recall, the last public hearing was adjourned pending determination by the Suffolk County Planning Commission. The Suffolk County Planning Commission notified the town on January 16th that it found no substantial differences between the housing plan adopted by the town board in 2022 and the current project plan amendment that is for your consideration today. There is a resolution of adoption of the project plan amendment for your consideration on today's agenda. And if you have any additional questions, I am available to answer those.
Thank
No
you,
questions,
Kara.
but a couple of statements,
Yep,
I
we
suppose.
do have some.
With our project plan, we chose the name because our water quality has a project plan. It outlines some of the things that we could do with water quality monies, including the functioning of the advisory board, and the same thing with CPF, open space project plan. That's what we were modeling this off of, and that's where the name comes from. And I would like the world and, the public and the board to know that. And this particular addendum or amendment to our housing plan is to direct our CHF advisory board as to how to act in some of the programs that we are looking at as we move forward with this new funding stream.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, well, why don't you stay and we'll just call up the people who'd like to make some comments. Amy Paradise.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I actually had the original plan that had like 50 pages and had everything all together, so I have to kind of retread. But mostly I thought it was pretty well done. You've tried very hard to be flexible, to make lots of options for different opportunities. The one thing, and I think I mentioned it before, that kind of concerns me is the time limits, 20 and 30 years, and I don't know if I got the wrong page. Page 12. I think this is page 12 in your, it says program options, purchase a permanent deed restriction for a new home buyer, or option 2, purchase a deed restriction from a current property owner. Restriction must remain for at least 30 years, and you receive an annual payment for each year the property stays in the program. In reading all of the other data you gave, something like 40 or 50% of the property out here is owned by people who are 55 plus. How many of them are going to be interested in entering into a 30-year restriction on their deed for a limited payment on their property? You might want to be looking at literally offering people life estates. I know there's not going to be that much money, but, and also, how are you going to handle that? I put a restriction on here, which has, half the value of my property or something, and I die in 3 years' time. What happens then? Do my heirs get payments? Have I just given up all of this interest in my property for nothing? That was the only thing that kind of came to my mind when I read through it. It's going to be a big, complicated thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Kara, can you clarify that? I believe the deed restriction is to help offset the purchase price so that the potentially older person selling the house could get the full value, but it would still remain affordable to the person buying.
I think what Ms. Paradise is referring to is it's the 5th program, Homes for the Southampton Town Workforce, Seniors, and the Disabled. And she's speaking to regarding the cash assistance. So we have 2 ways of doing this. If somebody wants to reserve their property, they already own a property and they want to reserve their property for the town's workforce, we could put an easement on that property that would restrict that property for the town's workforce. It could also apply to disabled. It could also apply to senior housing. And they could get the difference between what the affordable rents that would be charged and what the market rents would be charged. In other words, it would make the homeowner whole. And we would just do an analysis every year to make sure that the people that are living in there, if it's for the workforce, are people who work within the township at least 30 hours a week, or they are the disabled or seniors, just to make sure that they're in compliance with the town. There's another program, a separate program that we can also apply, where we can allow somebody to use the CHF money as down payment assistance to buy a property, to reserve it for either the workforce, disabled, or seniors. And we would assist them with a down payment that would allow them to purchase that property and then put the easement, the deed restriction on that.
these easements are incredibly important because we want to work with nonprofits to get housing out to the community, but yet not manage them and making it possible for them to actually exist, be affordable, and perhaps the fund can get some monies back over time.
That's exactly it. So, you know, when we have the down payment assistance, that should help one of these not-for-profit organizations to now make that home affordable. We give them the down payment assistance. They then can now charge a lower rent that would allow them to make their mortgage payments.
My whole thought is just, excuse me, is just.
You need to speak at the microphone.
The question just is, how good an incentive is it to the people who currently own homes to enter this program? That was what I was thinking about.
Okay.
But if I might just respond to that. So the incentive is that it will make that person whole. So if they already own a property and they reserve it for either the workforce, disabled, or seniors, where they could have gotten a market rate rent, they now would accept an affordable rent, and the CHF could make up that difference. So that person is made whole.
Does it also bring down the assessed value, so they're paying less in property taxes?
I could certainly talk to the town assessor about that. That, you know, would be up to our town tax assessor.
Thank
It's
you.
a good point.
Gail Lombardi.
So I commend Kara and the committee for all their hard work on this. And first, I have to type big because my vision loss. First, I want to say I hope not to be coming here much, you know, because I'm going to rely on you all to make like superheroes, to make fabulous decisions. And I trust this board will make rational, well-reasoned decisions as compared to maybe some of the other board members in the past. But however, you can only make rational decisions based on the information that's provided to you. So I'm stating this in this particular public hearing, but it's not directed at Kara nor the existing committee. But historically, I don't believe that the board has been given complete and accurate information to make rational and reasoned decisions from a lot of different areas. And again, committee is new, so this is no reflection on this committee. For every action, there's a reaction, as you know, Christine Scalera has just mentioned. And I feel like in the committees, a lot of times, it's very similar backgrounds, and what you get is one side of the information, and the yin and the yang, the action, the reaction, isn't always evaluated and presented to the board to be evaluated. So for this particular public hearing, my main thing is that I'm hoping that if I submit an application to Kara, I think I offer the committee a different perspective. Not that I'm against the housing, because I actually was the director of economic development down in Brooklyn back in the day. I do understand how this works. I'm excited about, you know, housing for our teachers and our firefighters. I really am. But it's got to be done with the yin and the yang. And I think with my 30 years of accounting and tax, and I'm a CPA, and for all the research I've done in the town of Southampton, zoning and SECRA, you know, working with the town assessor, working with the school, I'm hoping that, you know, we could address the yin and the yang. That being said, I don't know, just one more minute. In the corridor strategic plan, it was very specific in Hampton Bays that any development should be in what they call community capacity, and they describe that our schools, our fires. So in other words, the development, the housing, shouldn't cause us to build a new school, shouldn't cause us to build a new firehouse, shouldn't cause us to do all that. Back 10 years ago, Hampton Bays was very concerned about the density. So what I'm handing out to you, if you don't mind just taking a quick look at it, it's my work. I'm not representing the school. But if you look at that, that's the school statistics. I tried to make this point at the CAC, and it kind of got lost in the noise about the enrollment going down. But this is an example of the stuff that I think we need to look at. If you look at the first page, it's the 20 years of the school data, and you'll see that we had this huge spike over like 13 years. And now it's kind of stabilized
Gail, where did you get these numbers?
from New York State Education Department.
The
Okay,
report card,
that
the school
these are the-
report?
these are the
I'm
actual
not
numbers.
questioning you, I'm interested.
No,
School
and I
report card.
actually went over some information with laws over the weekend after Christine Taylor and I think it was Paul Goffrey raised it. Laws is very generous with his time. I don't like to take advantage of it, but I went over it with it. And so the issue that was raised by Paula and Christine was that the numbers are going down. Well, the numbers actually aren't going down. You'll see in the past 4 years, they kind of stabilized at around 2,000. And if you flip to the next page, in the corridor strategic plan, the school was rated with the 3 schools at like 2,080, the total capacity of the 3 schools. Now, laws never confirmed or denied that in the Hampton Bays Downtown Overlay District. He never confirmed or denied it, but third-party information kind of confirms at least the middle school that was built in 2008. So if you do the math, you say, 2,000 over 280, we're at 96% capacity in the school. I'm not representing the school, but I'm saying in
30
our
seconds.
looking into what we should be looking at in all these programs, these are the kinds of things going to the tax assessor, going to the school superintendent, and I'm willing to work with Kara. I hope if I put in an application, you'll consider putting me on the board. I mean, I think I could add some value and a different perspective. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Anthony Fasano.
Good afternoon, everyone. Anthony Fasano on behalf of the Riverhead Central School District. So the timing-wise is actually fairly good. The district is not here to oppose anything. We think it's wonderful what you're doing. We appreciate your efforts. The district is just looking to get more involved in the process. We have some concerns that, as far as Riverhead goes, the catchment or the attendance zone for a lot of the housing in Riverside is all going to go to Phillips Avenue Elementary School. That school district, that school is already at capacity. It has 670 students. If we're going to be increasing the student population there, what's going to happen is students are either going to have to go to other elementary schools, so current students in that building will have to move to other schools within the school district, or the school will have to be forced to build a new school building. Now, the district has tried that in 2018, 2020, has tried, sent out for a bond projects to have these capital improvements, and they were all denied by the voters. So the district has serious concerns about increased enrollment in that area. So what we would like to do is, we did send a letter December 11th to the town board. Maybe it should go to this office instead, but the district is looking to more or less collaborate on this, to express our concerns, to see what we can do to help you, to see if there are ways that we can get creative with the enrollment, to see if there are ways that we can maybe move some things around so that both sides can win. We don't want to obstruct you in any way. We're just looking to help you and in turn hopefully help us help the students, because the last thing we want to have happen is if we are over at capacity, then the students are going to suffer, and we don't want that to happen. So I don't know if I can maybe leave my card with someone. If someone can get back to us, we would really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming here. And you may be interested in our next public hearing as well, with the Riverside, the accepting of the formal EIS of the sewer district in Riverside, which has a direct correlation to the letter that was sent to us on December 11th. Thank you for
I'll
sending
stay
it.
for that, too.
And we are going to be getting back to the school and including you, the school district, in what we do in the Riverside area.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And by the way, as part of the school district, you say both sides. The way I look at it, our constituents are part of the Riverhead Central School District. I mean, it goes from Red Creek area all the way through Riverhead.
Now, what most people don't know, since we are a centralized school district, it's not just the town of Riverhead, but it's also this town as well. So we actually educate both sets of students, we value both of them, and we just want to make sure that all students within our boundaries are well educated.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming.
I'll stay.
Thank you.
Benny Torres. Can you? Yeah, sure. Myron Holtz.
Somebody dropped a tack. Good afternoon, members of the town board, Madam Supervisor. I'm here today, my name is Myron Holtz, and and I'm here today as a resident of the hamlet of North Sea and also as a member of the town's Community Housing Fund Advisory Board, to which I was recommended and approved for membership. It has also given me an opportunity to share my background and experience in the field of government-assisted affordable housing with Kara Bach and her dedicated staff and the other members of the Community Housing Fund Advisory Board. We developed the project plan which has been submitted for your review and approval. The Community Housing Fund project plan lays out an extremely comprehensive menu of options and choices to enable the town board to accomplish the goals and the mission that the residents of the town approved by referendum to authorize the creation of the Community Housing Fund. I feel that the project plan, which has already been reviewed and approved by the Suffolk County Planning Commission, when adopted by the town board, will provide an implementation guide for the provision of affordable community housing opportunities. This will be a valuable tool to enabling the town to continue the town's efforts to address the critical issue of the severe lack of affordable housing by utilizing funds generated from the Community Housing Fund. Most importantly, we should all recognize that the plan is not a contract. It does not bind the town board, as the plan and the Community Housing Fund Advisory Board recognize that the ultimate decision on any particular action, be it a project in Riverhead, Riverside, Flanders, Hampton Bays, any hamlet within the town, the ultimate decision on any particular action is up to you, the current and future members of the town board. What the plan does is provide the town board members with recommendations and advice. That is why the legislation labeled it as an advisory board on what program options might work best in a particular Southampton community, given the specific parameters of an affordable housing proposal under consideration by the board for funding from the Community Housing Fund. I am hopeful that by the end of this meeting, you will be comfortable in approving the project plan so that we can begin to assist those who can benefit from the much-needed funds that will be available under this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well said.
Ray D'Angelo.
Ray D'Angelo, Hampton Bays. Hello, everybody. This is a theme I'm going to be working all year about, which, as I mentioned last time I was here at the 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party, and how it parallels the lack of participation by the residents of Hampton Bays and Flanders in government affairs. As you know, none of you live in Hampton Bays, and we don't have any members on this board. Let me have my glasses. On this Community Housing Advisory Board, the gentleman that just spoke, I have to point out that he lives in North Haven, the village of North Haven, which does not participate.
North Sea.
What?
North Sea.
Okay, I thought you said the village of North Haven.
North Sea.
North. Oh, I apologize. Okay, but okay. Well, then we'll just go back. That 6 of the 7 villages have opted out of this plan, have not opted in under this plan, as you understand. So it's not really a town plan. It's a plan for the unincorporated areas. We don't have any we have very limited participation in this board, and this is a problem we have. We don't have anybody on the board, and it's that large system, which I think will be challenged in court. It was done down in the South to keep African Americans from participating in government affairs, and because of this at-large voting at-large thing, we don't have any participation in the board. And I think between Flanders and Hampton Bays, we probably have 50% of the year-round residents, real residents, not people that use their address to vote out here. And it's eventually, I think, of course, we haven't got anywhere. It's going to end up in the courts, and we're going to have a judge determine how this should be laid out. I mean, I find it's the height of hypocrisy to hear people that live in the villages talk about this plan, and it's not even going to be implemented where they live. I have a real problem with that. And I also know that we've been systematically eliminated from participating in boards and everything We don't have the right representation on the zoning board of appeals or the planning board. It's been systematically done. The previous board was,
Ray.
they did with a vengeance.
Can I interrupt you for a second? You're talking
Okay.
you're talking to a new board. You have 3 new board members. Give us a chance before you criticize us.
I'm not criticizing you, I'm just telling you the way it is, though.
I have.
Well, in
I lived in
fact,
Hampton Bays for a long time, and I respect Hampton Bays. I respect the people. I have a lot of friends and relatives who still live there. I care about Hampton Bays. For you to say that this board does not care about Hampton Bays,
I didn't say that. I said that we don't have representation, and because you're saying all that doesn't ameliorate the situation that we don't have representation here.
well,
That's the fact.
Ray,
And I do
Ray-
appreciate, no, let me finish.
No,
I do
wanted to tell
appreciate,
you that Kara can speak to that, but it's my understanding that there are 2 board members from Hampton Bays. So if,
well,
I
we
just want
never
to
had,
correct
we
that
never were asked that.
information.
Other people have different views, maybe should be on the board. I mean, it was politically picked to have a certain, let's say, political view of this situation
It wasn't
to be on the board.
Okay.
It wasn't open to it. I mean, that's the way the situation is.
Every year, that gets reviewed
I was
once a
gonna say
year.
that this was one board that I feel was not political, that we actually
Oh,
looked
everything-
at resumes and we went through and we
Cindy,
tried to.
Cindy, let me let you in a secret, everything's political,
Okay.
okay? All right?
I'm
Everything's
telling you, as
political.
part of the, I was part of the
All
process.
right? I would never be on the zoning board of appeals, even though I have a degree from the School of Architecture. I did development work. I mean, I never been convicted of a felony drug
We're
offense.
talking
Or had
about-
my
we're
license
talking about the
suspended.
CHF.
30
And I'm
seconds.
telling you
All
that,
right, I listened to that 30 seconds. If we come up here, we get 3 minutes, and then when we're halfway finished, 30 seconds. That's what we get from Hampton Bays. We really do. Want to say that I think you, I'll give you a chance. I think you seem like to be more engaged. You want to work with us. I appreciate that. But the previous board was dirt on that. We still have a member from the previous board, and that's the way he was trained. The whole thing was to eliminate us. We had the contracts taken out on us. We had the I was on the committee, I was the chairman of the Citizens Advisory Committee. We had the purge, we all were fired for that by Mr. Schneiderman. So, you got to understand, we've been through a lot here. We've been personally attacked in the paper by him. So I say, I hope that you do the right thing, but you have to prove it to us. And I know that we're going to pursue this thing because it's unfair that 50% of the people in this town are disenfranchised. We don't have one representative over here. And it was very clear on January 11th, the working session, everybody was discussing Hampton Bays. We didn't have one person from Hampton Bays in the discussion. Janice Shearer is not even elected, and she knows all things about Hampton Bays, which she was completely wrong about many of them. I think it's outrageous.
5 minutes.
And I'm not going to tolerate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
What meeting in January 11th? What are you
The your work session. Who was here from Hampton Bays?
Well, in work session, you do realize we discuss the plans that are brought to us by the various departments, right?
I do.
That's a closed meeting.
I wasn't born yesterday. I
No, I know.
understand that, but I want you to understand that didn't have not one person from Hampton Bays here.
Yeah.
Janice Shearer made not accusations, but put out facts that were not correct. She's going around, it's not correct. I mean, I'm very well engaged in Hampton Bays. I'm active in the Civic Association, the Senior Center. I mean, I would never be asked any of this stuff. My colleague, Gail Lombardi is. None of us. We've been systematically eliminated. And matter of fact, the town got a contract, they wanted to neutralize us. So I'm hoping, you guys seem to be more engaged, more attentive, you want to do the right thing. I do acknowledge that, and I hope you go that way. But that's not what the last board did.
So let me just on that point, Ray, we are actively engaged. We met with the CAC, we met with the chamber, we have something scheduled to meet with the Civic, so that you can chime in and provide input.
Well, we need more people on these boards.
To our plans. And I hear that. But what I am
And you
saying
know,
to you is that you
I-
know that you have our commitment to try and do our best to ensure that the Hampton Bays community has a voice in what
Okay.
this town board does.
Well, you know,
going
you
forward.
got my application for the Citizens Advisory Committee, so
Yes,
that would be
yeah.
a step in the right way, right direction. I want to work with you guys, but everything. But this is not what happened in the last board.
Well, let's look forward and be positive and not harken back to what happened before. And if somebody does make a misstatement at a meeting, our people that we work with, Janice. She provides us all the information that we're relying on, and she's, getting the accurate information. But if there's something that you noticed that was inaccurate, why don't you just write to us and let us know, so that we can look into it, make a correction if needed.
My feeling also is that the boards, the zoning board of appeals, which approves about 98% of the stuff in front of it, the planning board, are very political, and we're excluded from that. We don't have any very limited representation on it.
There are members on that board from
All
Hampton
right,
Bays.
okay. All right.
They are.
And Mr. Schiavone, have a nice day. I don't
Let's
even wanna-
just see how things
Mr.
go.
D'Angelo, you too.
All right, Benny Torres, are you ready?
How you doing? My name is Benny Torres. I'm actually the Sasquatch or the Chupacabra of Hampton Bays. I am a advisory board member of the CHF. So, and I'm a resident of Hampton Bays, business owner as well. I always look at myself because I know what's going on in the street. My office, we do insurance, taxes. We cater to the pretty much to the Latino community. I hear everything what's going on. I know how much rents cost. I see what people are struggling with every single day. And I have a lot of clients, and the majority are Latino. So if you're talking about representation, how many Hispanics are represented in government today? So I look at that as being underrepresented, and I think I have more of a argument on that point. I am speaking on not only as a member, advisory board members of the CHF, also I'm a homeowner in Hampton Bays. I'm a business owner. My business is located, and I just purchased the property myself, commercial property, and I'm a landlord as well. So I think I have an idea of what's going on in our community of Hampton Bays, and I'm a fierce advocate for Hampton Bays. And I can tell you that my experience with being as a member from and my concerns about NIMBY and a lot of the other things is always the same, right? What are we doing to help out the people at the bottom as opposed to helping out the people on the top? And at the same time, not dumping on whether it's Riverside, Hampton Bays, Flanders. So that's one of my biggest concerns, is to spread the pain throughout the whole town rather than just concentrated in one location. And I've heard many times people complaining about being dumped on in Hampton Bays. Well, I'm not going to allow that to happen as long as I'm on the board. So that in that part, I would like to say that we have to. I'm imploring you guys to approve the plan, because we need something. We have a serious issue in Hampton Bays, and actually throughout the whole town, in which even my own kids, they own houses. None of them own a house in the town, So the closest is my daughter's in Shirley. It's affordability. I mean, that's something that's real. The fact that people are renting, and I went through that process of the rental when I first moved out to Hampton Bays, and if I tell you, before I purchased my house, I think I moved 6 or 7 times, because I went from a summer rental to a winter rental, then to a regular. So I moved 3 times in 1 year.
30 seconds.
So we have to do something, and I think this is a first step. We are all involved, and there's another member from Hampton Bays as well, and we are working collaboratively together. So
Thank you, Benny.
Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
up and speaking. And as you know, our first initiatives are east of the canal. We have the senior center in Bridgehampton, and on today's agenda, we have a resolution for a property in Watermill.
right,
So that's
spreading.
a start.
Yeah.
And, so more to come.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for the cards. Does anybody on the board have any comments or questions for Kara? All right, I think that,
We might want to go online.
Just
Oh.
address one of the comments that did come up was if this project plan would burden one area of the town as opposed to another, if any of these programs would be used. And there is a provision in the Community Housing Fund state law that does not allow for that. It says that such plan shall provide for the equitable distribution of community housing opportunities among all communities of the town, and it shall ensure that no community has an undue concentration of community housing opportunities that would substantially alter the character of the community. And that is one of the things now that the Community Housing Fund Advisory Board will have to look at when they are making the recommendations of these programs to the town board, to make sure that they don't have one program that does unduly burden one area of the town.
thank you for, that's important.
Thank you.
Important fact. Charles, is there anyone online that would like to speak?
I see no hands.
Okay, thank you. Well then, I would like somebody to make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'd like to make a motion to, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And I did put a resolution of adoption as an add-on to our agenda today. If the board pleases, we can vote on this today. This is our third public hearing, the first one being December 21st, the second one January 9th, and of course today, January 23rd.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so ready to move on to our second public hearing of the morning, or the afternoon.
Public hearing number 2 for the siting and construction of a community sewage treatment plant and associated collection and conveyance system in the hamlet of Riverside.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Moore, members of the board. Janice Scherer, Town Planning and Development Administrator. This is a continuation from the public hearing we had in late December, which many of the new members did not have the benefit of attending, so we brought back our consultants to just give you a brief overview. I'm just here to tell you that this sewage treatment plant, as we discussed at the work session, this is being done in support of the Riverside Revitalization Action Plan. This area that you see here is the Riverside Sewer District area, which will be put into it'll be a phased effort, so that you see phase 1 is the yellow portion of the map adjacent to the aerial, and that bluer looking portion is phase 2. This area also was once designated as an urban renewal area, a portion of it, a brownfield opportunity area, and it is a designated disadvantaged community, meaning that 40% of the households are below the federal poverty level, 55% of the community has a disability, and there are just multiple reasons why the community has been so supportive of a revitalization plan in this area, because they're really looking to bring themselves out of being economically disadvantaged and allowing for environmental restoration with the sewage treatment and offsetting that with some additional growth and progress so that there could be opportunities for first-time home buyers, like we were just talking in the first public hearing. So with that, I have Carrie O'Farrell and Tom Lembo from Nelson and Pope. Carrie's going to be up first to just give you some overview for the SECRA portion.
Thank you, Janice.
Good afternoon. Carrie O'Farrell with the firm of Nelson, Pope and Voorhees, with offices at 70 Maxis Road in Melville. We were retained by the town of Southampton in 2015 when the original Riverside overlay district was contemplated and performed the environmental impact statement at that time. That plan was finalized with a finding statement which was very extensive, if you've had a chance to look at that. But it also, as part of that effort, identified the sewage treatment as a key necessity to advancing any of the revitalization efforts that were envisioned by the overlay district. So as an effort to continue the revitalization efforts, the town has advanced the sewage treatment options by first seeking funding, second, preparing a preliminary engineering report, and third, preparing a supplemental EIS to review the sewage treatment plant and the various alternatives that are being considered as part of that design effort. The supplemental GEIS that GEIS, Generic Environmental Impact Statement, if I say too many acronyms, please stop me, assesses the potential environmental impacts and available mitigation, specifically to this wastewater treatment option, because again, the sewage treatment is required in order to advance any of the other revitalization efforts. So it is an essential step to be taken at this time. It looks at the flows from, the wastewater flows from existing septic systems, which are somewhat aged throughout the community, and due to density limits, the density of housing within much of the study area exceeds Suffolk County design flow and are shown to have nitrogen loading impacts to the Peconic River.
How many gallons per day did you determine is the existing flow?
It depends on how you look at it. Based on Suffolk County design flow factors, it's in the range of 200,000. And I'll have Tom Lembo come up. They also looked at actual flow rates within the district. So, you know, there's a little bit of a differential between those two things, but.
And that's gallons.
What's that?
That's gallons, not square.
Gallons per
Yeah,
day.
sorry, gallons per day, correct.
Not square feet.
Sorry. So one of the first steps in evaluating the sewage treatment plant was siting. You know, where are there options to place a sewage treatment plant within the overlay district? It is a fairly environmentally sensitive area. There's limited land area available that has, you know, that's either not developed already within proximity to existing wetlands. There's tidal wetlands associated with the Peconic River to the north. There's freshwater wetlands both to the north, the south, southwest, southeast, surrounding the limits of the overlay zone. It is located within the compatible growth area of the Central Pine Barrens. There's a lot of land that has been publicly purchased and set aside for preservation. So identifying a parcel of adequate size, adequate depth of groundwater, trying to keep those separation distances from freshwater wetlands and you know, those other constraints was a difficult task, honestly. So ultimately the parcels that were most advantageous were town-owned parcels that are within the enterprise zone. The town owns 7.31 acres. The enterprise zone is an existing industrial zone area, and it's the western side of the enterprise zone. Do we have that in the map? No, the STP.
It's on the yellow map.
Oh yeah, we could do it this way. That's true. So the town owned 4 parcels within the enterprise zone, and then proceeded to.
Hang on a second, Carrie. Charles,
sure.
Can you shift over, please? Okay, now go ahead. Thanks.
Sorry. And then Five Towns College owned a parcel adjoining the town lots. That was an additional 3.6 acres. So altogether, including the existing road right-of-way, which is also town-owned, the cumulative parcel was 11.45 acres within that industrial zone. This site has the benefit of a number of those things that we were talking about. It's within an industrially zoned area, so from a land use perspective, the sewage treatment plant makes a lot of sense within that zone. It's located on Enterprise Drive, which is a no outlet looped roadway that is outside of the view set of CR 24. There's going to be a wooded buffer perimeter that would be retained around the sewage treatment plant. Again, over 1,000 feet from the Peconic River, located outside of the floodplains, suitable well-drained soils, adequate depth to groundwater. So there were a number, groundwater travel time was something that was also important to this analysis. So the parcels themselves kind of came together, and given the different constraints within the area, really were a optimal location for the sewage treatment plant itself. So the sewage treatment plant would be centrally located within those parcels. It is a building that is fully enclosed. All wastewater treatment is contained within the building itself. It's concrete, made to last. All the effluent that is treated in the plant would be discharged below, we'll go through some alternatives, but below grade. So it is never, there's no outdoor interactions in terms of odors and things like that. The process is fully enclosed.
Why don't you point to the leaching fields on the map?
Sure. So the way there's a plan that has a little bit of a closer zoom in that we can share at the end of the meeting. But there's it's envisioned to be a two-phased process. 400,000 gallons for the first phase, 400,000 for an expansion in the future. The southern portion of the property, which is the area of the deeper recharge or deeper depth to groundwater and additional groundwater travel time, would be phase 1 leaching pool. So it's the lower half, it's about 2.3 acres, I believe. And then the second phase of the project would go on the northern side. The leaching pools would be in this area. Again, all underground. It would be revegetated with, a native grass species and regularly mowed, so you don't see any of the subsurface leaching. Part of the construction also involves trying to make sure that we're meeting all the health department separation distances to adjoining properties. A portion of Enterprise Drive is included within the future STP parcel, sewage treatment plant parcel. So there is a reconfiguration of Enterprise Drive that is shown on the maps that would still allow for access for all the existing lots in that area, but again provides adequate room for the sewage treatment plant with appropriate setbacks. In addition to the sewage treatment plant, there's a collection system that would be routed throughout the overlay zone study area. That is a combination of force mains, gravity sewers. It's approximately 12 miles in total of different mains for both phase 1 and phase 2. That main installation is for the most part within the paved roadway or within the right-of-way. There's a few sections where it is proposed at this time within paper streets, but pretty limited disturbance from an environmental standpoint, again, really working within the existing paved areas. There is a requirement for clearing on the sewage treatment plant parcel that does exceed the Central Pine Barrens regulations associated with clearing. So there is an application necessary to the Central Pine Barrens for a hardship to address the clearing that's required on the parcel if we were to proceed with the leaching pool discharge option.
I believe a public hearing's been scheduled by the by the Pine Barrens Commission for that.
Correct, yes. An application was submitted, and that will be, I think that's coming up next month. One of the biggest environmental benefits, as I started to talk about before, is the nitrogen loading associated with the installation of the sewage treatment plant. So the existing condition, you have a number of antiquated systems, small lots, typical cesspool, on-site cesspool and wastewater systems have a nitrogen loading between 40 and 50 milligrams per liter. A sewage treatment plant treats wastewater to a minimum of 10 milligrams per liter. So there's a net benefit in that treatment process. We did a nitrogen loading model as part of the original generic environmental impact statement, which showed that under the existing condition, the expected nitrogen loading is 4.58 milligrams per liter under the existing condition. And then with the sewage treatment plant and the development that was, it was called a theoretical development scenario. So we evaluated what would happen with the revitalization efforts being treated by the sewage treatment plant, and you end up with a net reduction of nitrogen loading to 4.3 milligrams per liter, which is a 10% reduction within the study area. And that can even be improved depending on how much of the existing condition is connected to the system, which is the town's intention at this time. We went through a number of alternatives. There's a section in the generic EIS that goes through alternatives. I'm going to have Tom work through most of those, but just in general, we have, just to point it out on the map, we have the treatment plant itself remains in the same STP site location. We don't have a better spot to put the plant. The alternatives are looking at how do we deal with the discharge, the effluent, and how is it handled. So at this time, it's proposed to be discharged subsurface at the STP parcel. We did look at an alternative that looked at a constructed wetland, which would pump the effluent to an area of dredged spoil, which is elevated but still close to surface water. And we determined that there's some feasibility issues with that, both in a construction standpoint, sea level rise, flooding, inundation. There's a number of things that were setbacks associated with that. And there's a lot of wetland areas on that north side, so it's a pretty limited envelope that we had to work with. We also looked at an on-site, several injection wells. So Tom will go through that in a moment, but that allows for less clearing on the site, but is a well that would inject the effluent deep into groundwater. So there's some limitations in that as well. We also looked at some options of other connections through connecting to Riverhead, and a no action, which means the area stays as is. So that has a lot of limitations on any future redevelopment. So the emphasis in this case was provide a sewage treatment option that would encourage and incentivize redevelopment in this area. Any questions? Otherwise, I'll
Yes, I have a
turn it
question before you go to your colleague.
Sure.
This system that we are putting in, aside from the moving parts, how long do we estimate a system like this to last?
over. I'm going to give that to Tom.
Okay, all right, so, good. As far as the Phase 1 coverage area or service area, I'm very happy that there are 3 mobile home parks in there. Those are highly dense area, and those are currently just on septic systems.
Correct. I didn't explain this map, I'm sorry. So
That's all right.
Just for the benefit of the public, the yellow portion is considered Phase 1. That was identified, again, as those higher density areas, areas to environmentally sensitive zones, and kind of the core downtown area for revitalization that was contemplated in the overlay district. And Phase 2 is the blue sections, and again, there's some future planning and movement that could take place as we get into the design phase next.
And one other aside, with the constructed wetlands that you pointed out, aside from this project that we're talking about here today, the Peconic Estuary Program has given the town a grant to reconstruct wetlands on that area, so that is happening, but that's not your thing.
Yeah, no, that's
Thanks to the
wonderful.
Peconic Estuary Program.
Go ahead.
I do have a question. Have you looked at any potential alternatives in the case that the Pine Barrens Commission does, not approve the clearing?
Yeah, out of the alternatives that we mentioned, there's a couple different things that the Pine Barrens will be looking at. Clearing is one of them.
Right.
The placement of a sewage treatment plant in the Central Pine Barrens is also, a pivotal piece of this. And the nitrogen loading that you can expect from that sewage treatment plant will be something else that is evaluated by them. So that was a lot of the reason for the off-site constructed wetlands idea.
Okay.
Like I said, it has some downfalls.
Right.
It is an option.
Right.
The injection well option is a much smaller footprint in terms of the effluent discharge. So we can reduce the amount of clearing significantly with that, but there's some water quality downsides to that. And the
Right.
purpose of the Pine Barrens, really is about protection of groundwater
Right.
and drinking water. So Tom will get into a few of those, kind of the positives and negatives of the different alternatives, but there are options.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Supervisor and members of the board. My name is Tom Limbo from Nelson and Pope Engineers. We have offices at 70 Maxis Road, Melville, New York, 11747. Would you like me to address the two questions first, or would you prefer me to go through my presentation and hopefully they may be answered as part of that?
Will you address them in your presentation?
With regards to the longevity or the life cycle of the sewage treatment plant, no. So I can answer that for you right now. Typically, those plants are designed for anywhere between 30 and 40 years. The concrete in the system, all right, that's designed as part of it, would normally last 50 years. So you can stay within the same footprint, but at the same time replace mechanical components if necessary prior to having to think of other alternatives for sewage disposal in this area. So that adequately answer
Right.
that?
I think of the Village of Sag Harbor, their system is currently in for 50 years now, and it's going strong. I mean, I'm thinking, once we put this infrastructure in, it's going to be there for a long time.
It will be there a long time.
Okay.
Yeah. So, thank you very much. So as I had said, we were hired by the town to prepare the flow analysis of the service area, to prepare the Clean Water State Revolving Fund report, and to prepare a map and plan for the formation of the sewer district for the town. The map and plan is not the subject of this hearing. This is specifically related to the SECRA and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund report that was added to that EIS. The plant is currently designed or contemplated to be tertiary treatment, which is third stage removal, specifically for nitrogen and other organic pollutants in the treatment system, and will also meet current New York State groundwater drinking standards. The treatment plant is designed in 2 phases for a total capacity of 800,000. Right now, 800,000 gallons per day. At this point in time, we are only looking to construct 400,000 gallons a day based on our flow analysis. The flow analysis was prepared in 2 levels. One, pulling Suffolk County Water Authority data for each and every parcel that's within the subject area, and then also looking at it from a health department density standpoint. The results of the Suffolk County Water Authority analysis indicate approximately 90,000 gallons a day currently used in the service area. If you look at the Suffolk County Department of Health Services density, which is what is allowable on the parcel pursuant to the density of the acreage that's there, you're more looking at between 225 and 250,000 gallons a day, which is what we wrote as the existing density, which only leaves 150,000 gallons a day available for additional development in the area as part of Phase 1. We evaluated, as part of the CWSRF, 3 different technologies for use. BEST, or biologically engineered single sludge treatment systems, SBR systems, which are sequencing batch reactor systems, and MBR systems, which are membrane bioreactor systems. We eliminated BEST from contention, for lack of a better way to describe it, because of footprint concerns and the overall size of the lots that are there. We looked at more deeply both SBR and MBR requirements, and I'm going to outline a couple of advantages and disadvantages of each for you at this point. In an SBR system or a sequencing batch reactor system, you're only looking at a single tank process, which exhibits mechanical reliability because you only have one blower and one pump installed in each of the tanks. Okay? It's easily upgradable in modular fashion, which was conducive to an expansion by another 400,000 gallons a day. The equipment is optimized, or the usage of the equipment is optimized in an SBR system, specifically because you can use the same piece of equipment for every 2 tanks, as opposed to having to have a dedicated air pump and other pumping systems for a one tank or for one tank, excuse me. It's demonstrated a very high quality effluent in the 35 years that it's been approved in Suffolk County. Its disadvantages are pretty simple. It has a greater overall footprint, and once you choose an SBR system, in order to add to it, you do need to increase your capital cost for new tankage, whereas the conversion to an MBR system can be done in situ if you chose SBR first. Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up as a possible alternative if we choose that the footprint needs to remain as is. There is a little bit of a capacity change. You can typically get approximately 25% more capacity in an SBR that's converted to an MBR system, so that if the town feels that 800,000 is too much of an expansion, we can make that conversion to an MBR system at a future time. With regards to the MBR system, the advantage is, again, as I had just discussed, they have a smaller overall footprint. They have they run at a higher biomass concentration, which allows them to treat effectively further down within the spectrum for nitrogen removal. They have a higher quality effluent, and in some cases can treat emerging contaminants, although that's been the subject of some white papers recently that say, depending on how large the pore size is, and I know I'm getting very detailed with it, there's a filtration portion of an MBR system. How large the pore size is, some of those emerging contaminants will still break through and pass through the MBR system as well. As far as disadvantages go, there's a slight increase in upfront costs. It is less flexible as it relates to what you have to operate that system at, and then what your sludge production may or may not be. It has a higher O&M cost because of what I had just discussed with relationship to the SBR, that for every 2 tanks in an SBR and the equipment associated with that, I would only be able to run 1 tank of an MBR system. The other only concern that we have is sometimes there's fouling phenomena where the filters get clogged or bound, which necessitate additional operational strategies that the O&M or the contract operator may or may not need to address at any given time. During the next phases of design, the health department approved technologies will be considered, and vendors will be vetted at that point in time. All right, we have working knowledge. I've been designing for 27 years. We have working knowledge of the cost of each of these. So we were able to best guess it at this point for what was required. And then as the design progresses, it's typical for any engineer to contact the vendors and get price opinions from them for the technologies that are being considered. All technologies are still on the table, BEST, MBR, and SBR.
I have a question about SBR and MBR. As far as energy consumption, is there a significant difference in energy consumption between the 2 systems?
Typically, an MBR consumes more energy because of the not being able to optimize the use of an aeration blower for 2 tanks as opposed to 1 tank. Other than that, they're equivalent. So it's just blower operation to aerate the tanks.
Okay, thank you.
Would you say that the MBRs are more expensive to maintain in future because of the replacement of the filters more periodically?
Yes, that is also correct. My only, again, I want to take cost And I also want to take treatment level and point that out to you, because the MBR is going to potentially give you a higher degree of treatment as it relates to emerging contaminants. Okay, and we're talking about some pharmaceuticals, PFAS and PFOA, which are both what are called forever chemicals. I think it's the best way to describe it. They do demonstrate removal. SBR has not been studied to that, so I can't offer or really opine on that issue. I think I had said this already, but design alternatives were investigated as part of the CWSRF report preparation and value engineering process in conjunction with the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation. They are the entity that provides some of the funding grants that are being considered by the town at this time. That CWSRF included comparison of the STP process technologies employed and effluent leaching alternatives. So I'd like to dive into the leaching alternatives at this point in time, if you don't mind. There were 3 alternatives that we looked at: constructed wetlands, injection wells, and a conventional subsurface discharge, which is very similar to the leaching pool on the back end of a septic tank. All right, but at a much larger scale, obviously, because you're putting 400,000 gallons of treated effluent into the system. So injection wells, we considered them and were eliminated due to the depth of the wells required, based on the value engineering process at over 1,000 feet deep. There was a discussion of injecting into the Lloyd Aquifer, which, and during my first testimony, I hadn't been able to address that, but from what I've read, in 2008, the New York State Legislature banned recharge to that aquifer for protection purposes if ever the 2 other aquifers were fouled to the point where it wouldn't be available for drinking water anymore. Constructed wetlands were determined to cause construction challenges, including additional wetlands permits for construction, coastal resiliency design issues, and additional costs to convey this treated effluent from the STP, which again would be remote. Let me just outline for you real quick here. I just want to point out that in this area here, there are freshwater wetlands that we would need permits for construction, and then we would need to also maintain an access road if we ever had to service those constructed wetlands. So we obviated that as a viable option due to those challenges. Conventional subsurface leaching is the preferred alternative based on a few factors. 1, ease of construction, and 2nd, ease of maintenance. Okay? This system is going to essentially, you're going to dig to about 3 feet above groundwater and start to install precast concrete rings that they're perforated, by the way, that will leach the clean effluent into the soils, the surrounding soils. And just so we're clear on, the 3 feet of separation is pursuant to health department and provides additional treatment because it takes approximately 90 days total travel time for that water to eventually seep into the groundwater that's there. The soil acts as a media or a substrate that bacteria can grow on and provide additional treatment of that. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything for you as part of this. No, I think I've covered everything that would be required in order for you guys to have a better understanding of what the treatment options were, what we looked at as part of the Clean Water State Revolving Fund report, and for you guys to become much more better versed in sewage treatment. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I do have a question, sorry. So you mentioned MBR is the strongest in dealing with PFAS and PFOA, the different ones that you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
But you also mentioned that PFAS and PFOA may still enter into the system. Do you have an approximate rate of which that would be entering into it?
I only read 2 articles on it, and they
Okay.
were approximately the same, but it depends on the pore size.
Right.
Okay, the opening of the holes through the filters, whether you're able to treat long chain versus short chain PFAS compounds.
Okay.
Okay, so until we select the technology,
Right.
I could only offer you that, you know, I've seen as low as 30% removal, I've seen as high as 80% removal in the 2 studies that I read through.
Yeah, and the only reason why I asked that question is because the state is, always looking at this, and it could change down the road. It's good to hear that phase 2 looks like we're going to assess the technology, correct? Contingent on what the law is. So that's good to hear, and yeah, appreciate it.
Did the options include polishing filters, and if it did, would that address the PFAS?
So the polishing filters that were considered only considered removal of solids to protect the downstream leaching fields, not further than that. You can add MBR as a polishing filter to the end of an SBR, or you can just perform the same function by constructing an MBR. I think in this case, you're better off just constructing an MBR if the cost is viable related to an SBR construction. Again, the depressed nature of this district, the operational costs will increase with an MBR.
And
So
there's probably a big enough footprint that you don't have to go with the more expensive treatment
I'm sorry, could you
system.
repeat that question?
Didn't you said that the SBR needs a bigger footprint, but that's probably not an issue here with all the land that's been acquired?
Correct. Yeah, we were able to site the sewage treatment plant for the 800,000 gallons a day.
Mm-hmm.
And then the constructed wetlands was an option when this was undertaken, but it's off the table, correct?
Well, I'm not, that is correct. I'm not recommending it at this point because of the operational issues, because of the resiliency issues, and a few other concerns that one of them being the state of New York is going to treat the permit discharge differently than they would with a conventional subsurface discharge.
The effluent that comes out of the facility that goes into the leaching fields, how is that tested? I know that the state or the county health department requires that it's tested on a daily basis.
Right at the end of the pipe. So before it gets into the leaching field, there is a flow metering chamber typically designed, and that flow metering chamber is where they pull their grab sample from for testing.
So this is a human taking something and, okay.
It's
and
part of
testing a
the
sample.
operations and maintenance standard operating procedures on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm. Are we required to keep the tops of the leaching fields? Are we required to keep the tops of the leaching fields clear?
We are.
And okay, so if we wanted to put a future solar array or something on that, we probably
It would be,
able
I
to
would
do
not
that.
recommend it.
Okay.
Let me say it to you that way. It hasn't been done that I'm aware of in Suffolk County, and because there is the potential for fouling at the leaching fields, you don't want to have to remove the solar array and then replace it afterwards, after maintenance is complete.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, there's some cards here. Jeff Seaman.
Madam Supervisor, may I defer my time to Supervisor Hubbard, please, for a moment? As far as our order is concerned.
I don't think that
He
we
just wants to
do
change the
that,
order.
but,
Just the
just
order.
to change the order?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Does the supervisor want to speak?
Supervisor Tim Hubbard.
Yeah, welcome.
Congratulations and welcome.
You want to go first, right? Okay.
Oh, John Thomas is here too.
Madam Supervisor, town board members, thank you for the opportunity to talk. I appreciate your time. I'm Tim Hubbard, the supervisor for the town of Riverhead. Previously, we've sent Community Development Director Dawn Thomas over here to address comments regarding, on behalf of the town of Riverhead. I felt it important for myself to come here and address you personally. Riverside and the town of Riverhead are deeply connected. We provide education through the Riverhead School District. We provide library services, fire protection services, public transportation, post office services, shopping and commerce, hospital and medical services, children's recreation, including parks, Little League, PAL. We even share a common zip code. The communities effectively rule and function, or effectively function, as one unit. We also share important demographics, as both areas are designated as areas of persistent poverty and historically disadvantaged and environmental justice areas. Riverside is considered very highly segregated based on color. Downtown Riverhead is designated as highly segregated based on color. Redevelopment of Riverside cannot exacerbate the situation and cannot be allowed to overwhelm Riverhead's resources. Riverhead is in full support of Southampton building a new sewage treatment plant. It will help protect the Peconic Estuary, which goes without saying, it benefits the entire East End region. It will jumpstart needed revitalization on the south side of the river. The problem we have is with the proposed makeup of the housing stock under consideration for that revitalization. Rather than 2,300 or so units of all affordable, we strongly urge the town board to consider a mix of senior housing, which won't impact our schools and parks as much, ownership units and single-family homes, market rate rentals, workforce rentals, and affordable rentals. Riverhead addressed this problem by providing housing of all types for people of all types. Riverhead's on a firm path to revitalization in downtown Riverhead that will provide economic development, diversity on all levels, and removal of barriers for all. We believe that Riverside should be redeveloped using the same methodology. Along those lines, we have 3 requests. Number 1, that we put our respective planning teams together to ensure that any Riverside development does not result in inverse redlining, i.e. putting all affordable housing on already highly segregated location. And our mutual efforts will ensure that all of the services provided by Riverhead to Riverside are not overwhelmed by the redevelopment. Next, I would like to propose an intermunicipal effort to relook at the Riverside Revitalization Activation Plan, and I am willing to commit the town of Riverhead financially by partnering to fund a study whose purpose would be to review the current market and demographics for incorporation into the plan. If we work together, we can ensure that Riverside and Riverhead hamlets get what they deserve, a vibrant, diverse, and economically robust community. The final request is that the new Riverside Sewer District be designated or designed to include the Suffolk County Jail and the Suffolk County Center. As Jeff Seaman will speak on and fully address, moving these properties from service by Riverhead Sewage Treatment Plant, which they currently are, or served by contract, will allow Riverhead to expand its sewer down West Main Street so that we can remove existing homes and businesses located on the river from private systems and connect up to our system at the west end of town. We do not have any CPF funding to expand our district, so getting back that capacity is crucial for us. I thank you for your time and attention and look forward to working together with you in the next couple of years, and I'm always available for anybody. If you ever have any questions or anything, please feel free to contact me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Do you have a copy of your comments to
I
leave
have
with
my
the
notes
board?
written on, we are going to mail them to you.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So Don Thomas, would you like to come up and speak now, or, whatever order you want, Jeff Seaman?
I can defer to John.
Okay.
Covered everything. Thank you.
All right.
Supervisor, members of the board, my name is Jeff Seaman. For the secret record, I'm here representing the Town Board of Riverhead as they are the commissioners of the Riverhead Sewer District, and I am an environmental consultant retained to address the supplemental draft generic environmental impact statement, and perhaps more specifically, the idea of adding the county center and correctional facilities as part of the existing conditions analysis and the benefits that would be realized by both Southampton and Riverhead. As the supervisor has expressed, I think there was initially a misunderstanding that the desire to do this was to increase more density in Riverhead. That's not the case. Riverhead is in the process of developing and finalizing its comprehensive plan update, which is scheduled to be finished by the spring of this year. Riverhead does not have the CPF monies that other East End towns have amassed, so we're limited in how we can use our resources for both water quality issues and land preservation. North of Sound Avenue in the historic district is part of a 7,000 block of farmland that's under pressure because it's currently zoned 2-acre residential. It's unsewered, and we don't have the available funds to just purchase that. But we have come up with a creative transfer of development program which would identify that area as a sending area and take that 2-acre zoning with incentives to move that to sewered and watered areas that we can provide municipal service to. Part of that target area is the receiving area, which is located along the western end of our Main Street area, because we can easily connect it to the sewer and to our water district, but we don't have the full capacity to realize that. The county center is approximately 300 feet from the boundary line that you've drawn here. There's an existing pump station at Nugent Drive, which is about 1,000 feet from your proposed district boundary, and about 1,000 feet from Phase 1. That pump station, while it's owned by the county, discharges to a manhole near the library, and then that wastewater is sent all the way to our Riverside plant, more than 2.5 miles away. Your treatment plant would be much closer than that. In your own studies, and I've read about 1,000 pages of all of the work that you've done here for the treatment facility, the design, the capacity that you've engineered it for, it would seem reasonable to have included that connection in the EIS. We're only at the draft EIS stage for comment. But I think that whether that was overlooked, that 100,000 gallons discharged from the county, or a misunderstanding of how that treatment system was connected to Riverhead, because they're outside our district, they really should be inside your district. So what we're proposing that you relook at not only the capacity that you could receive from the county, but also its revenue stream, because they're outside our district, they're subject to a 1.75 multiplier over a standard sewer fee that we have to surcharge them because they're outside the district. If you looked at the financial aspects of that, that additional 100,000 gallons coming from those institutions might help offset your residential user fee because it's an immediate funding stream. It's very inexpensive to make that connection. That force main is, wouldn't even show up in your estimated 35 million for this project. So it's a very minor cost addition. It would capture that area. There is really no other development west of that in Riverside for perhaps 3 or 4 miles. So it's not like you're on a fringe of an additional development to add into that. So since your plant appears and your system appears significantly larger than even the Phase 1 would warrant, just to treat the existing conditions, and by omission, by oversight, or purpose of studying maybe only the area within your revitalization area, I think that under SEQR, you really do need to take this option very serious, because as I often tell all the board members I represent, when it comes to SEQR, you want to put on belts and suspenders. But if you're looking for the use of SEQR in support of funding requests, you have to add duct tape and super glue to make sure that this goes through, because you do not receive your funding until your SEQR record is solid. We know that from 100 years of experience of dealing with municipal sewers in Riverhead, and as the supervisor offered, we're available to assist you to complete this project, which we fully support. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Yeah. First of all, I appreciate the fact that the supervisor and you came in to address us. Thank you very much. We have a number of overlapping districts in Southampton Town and East Hampton Town, mentioned by the supervisor, the library district, the fire district, and of course Riverhead Central School District, which significantly goes into Southampton Town, and these things need to be taken into consideration. You mentioned farmland along Sound Avenue. Would you kind of dive deeper into that? I'm very interested in that. Are you talking about transfer of flow credits or development right?
So we have a total of 7,000 acres of farmland that is existing. That we preserved, I think, 7,000. I think Dawn could probably speak to that.
And just to stop you here, that's with the town of Riverhead, your community preservation fund, and Suffolk County?
Yes, that's total. We want to focus on the historic district north of Sound Avenue as the next goal. So if you were to, that's currently 2-acre zoning, and although it's farmland, it's 2-acre zoning residential that can be developed. There are no restrictions on that. And the Community Preservation Fund doesn't have the resources to purchase that.
Is that part of your farmland protection district? Is that what you call it?
It is within the APZ, but farmers have the right to develop land as well, unless they sell development rights. So as an incentive to preserve that farmland, if we transfer that development to another area through a TDR program, that type of a creative and novel system, even at an increased density, if it is going into a sewer district, would be able to preserve that farmland.
Thank you.
And my question was just, you had mentioned revenue for the county center. How much revenue would Riverhead lose if we were to take the county center?
Actually, we would only, if you wanted to discount the 0.75 multiplier, the 1.75 multiplier, we really wouldn't be losing any revenue on that, because we would still be charging a sewer fee for the 100,000 gallon per day that we picked up. We would also have that within our district. When you're outside a district, you sign an agreement. That agreement is subject to negotiation on a periodic basis, and even, honestly, wrestling about getting paid and the money. If it is included in your district, it is mandatory that they pay that fee, and there's no way around it, just as there would be no way around it for any other institution located within your sewer district. So it's a guaranteed income.
The only thing that struck me was with the numbers. I think, Tom, you said it was between 200 and 250,000 gallons per day for the existing flow under the Suffolk County standards, design standards.
To Suffolk County density standards.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
that's
then
correct.
the county center is 160,000, so that's the whole 400,000.
But no,
If you-
there are, and I have some detailed reviews of the numbers projected from existing conditions. I think, as Tom can explain, there are design standards. There's actually as-built flow. If your as-built flow under your existing conditions, under typical secret, that's your flow. If it's 94,000 gallons per day from your existing built condition, that's your condition. And I think that's what was projected from the use of Suffolk County Water Authority numbers. So that's your true flow. Anything beyond that, what your standard would predict undeveloped sites could be, or subdivision of existing land could be, that's more speculative. That's good for a design factor, but that's not an existing condition. My feeling is an existing condition is your current status quo, and it's missing 100,000 gallons from the county because it's in Riverside, and really, I think, supports the not only the income stream, but the whole theory that you're not building this system for future development as its primary purpose. You're building this system in order to attenuate nitrogen load to the Peconic. So I think it's a benefit to your argument for that purpose. But I'll let the engineers recalculate the way I figured out where your total flow is, because there are conflicting numbers, not because they're in conflict, but it's their interpretation as to whether it's a design flow using a county standard or an existing flow from a measured outflow or input through water meter calculations with a discount for the time of year, discount of irrigation, other uses of water that wouldn't add to the flow.
And to be clear, you're here because the town of Riverhead wants to preserve farmland up on Sound Avenue, that gorgeous, the vistas and farm production for farmers.
That is part of it, but I'm also here to, really recommend that because the county center is it's in Southampton, and it should be connected to the nearest treatment plant. That's actually identified by Nelson and Pope in a response that they gave to Arcadis, who reviewed the value engineering. An alternative was presented in the EIS that this flow all go to the Riverhead sewage treatment plant, and that you not build a treatment plant. Well, that wasn't feasible for a lot of reasons, because that was discounted some 10 years ago. But the county flow will be nearest to the treatment plant that you build, and even in their argument, that's where it should be connected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Charles, is there anyone online that would like to speak?
I see no hands.
Does that mean I signed the card? Is that what you're talking about?
We're on a public hearing, not, you sign for public portion?
For public portion?
We're not in public
That's
portion
next.
yet.
Almost there.
This is specific to the Riverside
Okay.
Sewer District.
Janice, yes.
So, as you know, the map and plan report hearing is scheduled for February 13th, so we're recommending leaving this hearing open so that they align. So any comments on the financial side get encapsulated into the FEIS. So we would ask that the board adjourn this to February 13th to continue the public hearing at that date.
Okay, and if we did want to have meetings with Riverhead and talk about, the county center, how does that impact the report that we have now? Would that need to be amended to incorporate that information?
No, I mean, in the end, we're talking about almost having this entirely funded through public grants. So it can only get better if we have more revenue toward it. So,
But I mean, we
that's-
wouldn't have to designate, that would be included in the collection conveyance or the design at this point?
I don't think so, because, first, the response to comment in the final environmental impact statement would most likely produce a map of another color, unless you wanted to do it part of phase 2, showing the county center and what that would look like incorporated into your map and plan. You can always amend the map and plan report.
I think I would like to see phase 2, the map, about
Showing that,
providing-
sure,
yes.
we'll add that into the final EIS. So the final environmental impact, after you close this whole thing, Nelson Pope and Voorhees will produce what's known as a final environmental impact statement. And all these comments that have been made to you will be addressed. and then you'll determine whether they're addressed to your satisfaction, and at that point, you'll say that's complete. And when we address that, we can have further meetings so that you can have a more robust response and say, well, we also met with Town of Riverhead on these days. We talked to the Suffolk County executive, maybe even, and we can add all that into the record as to how
Janice?
you took a hard look at all this.
Okay.
Phase 2 is the blue.
The bluish purple
Okay.
color?
So we could possibly amend that or add a Phase 3 if we want
Correct.
to do it. Okay.
And I believe that they said their contract with the county center, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, that it ends in 2027? Oh, you don't have to get up, you can just tell me. Does it?
I believe, yes, they had 3 years to come up with an alternative.
So the county has until 2027 to come up with an alternative to being contracted into Riverhead. So they'll be interested in discussing this with you.
But this is for the phase one, the map and plan before the board today is or the SDGIS is for the phase one aspect of the plan for the
It's
year
actually
one.
the whole thing, because we have to in
Phase one
secret
and
look
two.
at the whole action, but we're talking about implementing phase one now. But we must disclose the full action, so that would include it, but that doesn't mean that it can't change.
So if phase, for the county center would be phase 2 or phase 3?
Well, it could
That
be
is
phase
at your
one.
Could be phase
discretion.
one.
It could be 1, 2, or 3.
I think it should be all done at one time myself.
You can determine that. I would recommend that you do it at least at phase 2, because that way we would have all that worked out, but we really need to take a look at it. I think it's better
Okay.
for us to
I
just
don't-
talk to
I'm
Riverhead and
just
talk to the
concerned.
county.
I don't want you to do anything that's going to change the map and plan that's now being set for hearing.
We're not changing the map and plan at this point. So what has to be is that the map and plan report shows the costs, and the costs are affiliated with every single parcel in this district, and then in every parcel for phase 2. So if you said, well, now we have a phase 3, that would factor into a revised map and plan report, which would have revised numbers. But
And
we're
would that
not
re-
at that point.
And would that require another public hearing?
Yeah, everything always requires a
Yeah.
public
Okay.
hearing and contracting, and Kathleen would be the better person to speak to this. I don't think she's there right now. But
As long as it's not changing.
it's not changing
It's 1 and 2
anything
right
at
now,
this
it's fine.
point, although it's a good suggestion, and I also agree that we should look at that.
So whether we do it in phase 1 or 2, we don't have to amend or revise the map and plan or this secret.
Right, you're
evaluation.
considering it right now in your secret record. So
Yeah.
it's all being put on the
But
record now.
But in the
Okay.
map and plan that we just set out, is the boundary inclusive of
It
the-
is not. It would
Right,
need a
that would
revision
need
to
a
the map and
revision.
plan report if you decide to include it. At such time you decide to include it, the map and plan, because now they're in the district. So they, as district users, would have to have the opportunity, to be incorporated. And Kathleen, would you like to respond to that any further? Thank you.
Thank you, Janice.
Kathleen, the
Thank you,
board
Janice.
is talking about potentially including the county, at Riverhead suggestion, the county facility, into the map and plan at some point. What would that do at this stage, or what would be the process for that?
Sure. So, as you know, on February 13th, we'll have our first public hearing on the map and plan. And if at that time the board decides that they want to see different boundaries, then we would have to amend the map and plan and have a new notice of public hearing on that new boundary description. And really, it's not limited to the boundaries. Anything in that map and plan that you want to see changed at that time can be amended.
How does extending the process work towards our grants and?
It's difficult. As you know, EFC gave us an award letter that says we have to have district formation by June. So we have to be very cognizant of those timeframes. Every time I notice a new map and plan, it has to be published within 10 and 20 days in our local paper. So just things we have to keep in mind.
Okay, that answers my questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you have any other questions for me
I don't think so, not right now.
or the consultant?
No.
We're just going to hold this open.
Yes.
So,
The record would stay open until February.
Adjourn it to.
February
February
13th.
13th. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You have to make a motion.
I don't know, know, do you need a motion to?
Mhm.
All right,
To adjourn.
make a motion to
Who's making the motion?
adjourn. I'll make the motion
Right.
to adjourn it.
I'll second it.
And I'll say aye.
All right, that brings us to
Thank
the
you.
public portion comment of the meeting.
Did we call the vote? I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
we have
I
to
didn't
vote.
hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm going to abstain, please.
Thank you. What did you say?
Abstain?
For the vote to hold it over?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Now we're in the public
do that?
comment portion.
Correct?
Yeah, you don't have
Voted
to
yes.
say why.
Abstain?
Abstaining?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's just
Yeah,
difficult to hear
sorry.
down the.
Sorry, I'll
down
be a
the
little
road.
louder.
Abstaining, got it.
Can I just make a comment before we go to public portion? Just because I see some people, and normally we read the walk-ons, like what they are. Just want everyone to know there is a walk-on today to extend the best moratorium for another 6 months. There'll be a public hearing if that resolution passes in February.
Yes.
You can take it out of order.
Actually, when we go to. Just want everyone to know that.
And those are available there, right? The walk-on? Are the walk-ons?
It's a little tough to hear you guys.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying there is a walk-on resolution today to extend the best moratorium for another 6 months. There'll be a public hearing for that in February.
And we're going to have a work session to talk about what we've done to date and what we're going to do.
You're at the end.
All right, the first speaker is Bridget Mayer.
Beat me to the punch. It's okay.
Sorry.
I'm going to hand something out.
You gotta,
Clerk.
Oh, here, please. These are,
I'll take the whole pile.
oh, okay, sorry.
I have to stand.
Oh, okay. Okay. Last spring, I'm here to talk about BEST, as you might expect. And I'm happy to hear that we're extending the moratorium, but I'd still like to make a few points. Last spring, when residents began to ask questions about BEST and the North Road siting, Gloria Burke from the planning board suggested that we were comparing apples and pears. Okay, she did say pears. Maybe we were, but back then, the planning board, the town board, and the population in general didn't know much about BESs. The planning board sent the applicant back a few times to do more homework. Meanwhile, the residential community surrounding the location did a lot of homework and learned rather quickly. What you have in front of you, I'm sorry if I'm short a copy, what you have in front of you is what we presented to the town board. Tommy John and Cindy heard this. I don't know if the new members had a chance to look at some of the past recordings, but in July and August, we came to the meetings with a lot of information. Even if you don't read the document, look at the pictures. The first 3 pages are pictures of what the area looks like, where this is going to go. And then there's a picture of what a BEST might look like, okay? So almost a year after the planning board meetings, we are in some kind of government stalemate. Maybe not so much anymore. The moratorium ends next month, and I'm hearing that we're going to extend it. But has the zoning been reviewed? Have alternate locations been considered? Has anyone besides the residents in the community done anything since August? There are still many questions and concerns. How much do we know about Canal Southampton LLC? Have they completed their homework that they were asked to do back in April? Is this still their first endeavor? Why have first responders still remained oddly silent on the topic? Despite the state's task force's initial findings, the environmental and safety impacts are still unclear. At a minimum, the negative declaration should be rescinded. A full environmental impact should be done due to the proximity of the canal, recreational areas, hundreds of homes, and one of the narrowest yet most important highway corridors in the town of Southampton. At a minimum, other more appropriate locations should be evaluated. NYSERDA's just transition site at 280 David White's Lane comes to mind. At a minimum, take a tour of the area, see the communities that will be affected and changed by, and probably for the worse, by a positioning of the best in their midst. At a minimum, give the residents some answers. This has gone on for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. Amy Paradise.
Hi there again, ladies and gentlemen. Struggling to find out how to say this in a compact fashion. I've looked at the climate action plan that you have out, the ADU regulations, I've looked at building codes, I've looked at your community housing fund. I know that the comment was floated that you are intent on perhaps simplifying the application for accessory dwelling units. I am stuck in this amber myself for years. So I think it would really be good to get on that quickly. It's painful and it's expensive. I could give more, but it'd probably go on too long. I'll maybe write something out for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Lombardi.
And Supervisor Moore, that falls under Watch What You Wish For, because I did detail review the January 11th work session. So I just, and I don't know if Janice is still here, but I would appreciate if, we don't get into where a staff member comes back and rebuts my rebuttal. It's happened in the past, and it's, it has created some undue angst for me. So I recognize that this is the downtown redevelopment there's a lot of fatigue. There is substantial fatigue regarding this issue from members of the community and some members of the town board. Many in Hampton Bays are anxious to get something done, and there are many self-serving people with vested interest that has become the vocal minority. However, I am hopeful that my new superheroes, the town board, will work to get something done right for the benefit of the community. What I have presented to you is my jailhouse lawyer brief. For those that know, I filed the Article 78 and actually had won in the Supreme Court of the facts. The incomplete and inaccurate information that Janice Shearer and historical concepts presented to the town board were disrespectful to both the town board and the residents of Hampton Bays. My partner, who had a heart attack and is now retired, is a banking executive who helped me. He's my seeing eye person, as I call him. He calls it a flim-flam. I don't know where to even start with the 3 minutes that I have, so hopefully you will spend the time reviewing what I've prepared.
Are you talking about the presentation to
For
the
hysterical-
CAC that
No, the
was just
histo-
done?
Yes, but also in the work session, the comments made in the work session. The historical
Okay.
comments, all the documents that historical concepts prepared, presented to this board at the January 11th I think it was the 11th work session. So I just want, as a brief background, we reviewed all the documents, and I went back to, all the historic documents, because the last update to the comprehensive plan is the Hampton Bays Downtown Corridor Strategic Plan, and I spent, there's 9 pages of my work, plus all references, plus attachments. So I hope you give it a shot to look at it. So as way of background, after the HBDOD was annulled in the summer of 2021, the town took parallel paths to both correct the errors with the Supreme Court decision. They hired Nelson Popavoris to redo the SEQA review, to update the plan. It was about a $200,000 contract, and at the same time, they filed a notice of appeal to reverse the judge's decision. However, by November of 2022, so about a year later, the town abandoned both those plans, since it was made clear that to the existing board that the residential density and other dimensional specifications were widely unacceptable to the community. So Supervisor Schneiderman announced that they were starting over. Well, apparently, Janice Shearer and historical concepts didn't get that memo. Because basically the new historical concepts, I call it historical concepts Shearer proposal, is basically the same and to some degree worse. It is nothing more than a high-density housing plan disguised as downtown revitalization. So one of the questions that had come up, Councilperson Silly, is a survey. The survey was done, completed, reviewed, and put on the website in 2022, was presented to the Old Town Board in 2023. And it was covered by Newsday. Hampton Bays locals, this is with the Newsday, want downtown, down to our outdoor dining, farmers markets, and above-store apartments. That was made abundantly clear in all the meetings that we had after the annulment of the HBDOD. And is that what's reflected? Absolutely not. It is just egregious that it was 54 acres, the original HBDOD. They selected a small 10-acre section, and that 10-acre section, for all intents and purposes, is owned by one developer. I sent you the map under separate cover. So now basically, the one developer who has made his plans public to the community to the best of my knowledge, hasn't come to an administrative board and made those plans available for public scrutiny. Instead, the town now is taking it upon themselves. The as-of-right development, is to the best of my review, is not as-of-right. It actually includes aggregation of lots as well as administrative relief, whereas all the other consultants, they never did that. They did real as-of-right. The build-out, I go through the build-out calculations, what the community was going off of. These are all my attachments. There was an entrance to the park originally, but it got corrupted by the planners and the purchase of by Mr. Kiola. So I hope you'll take the time and look at that. I hope that we don't end up from a jailhouse lawyer thing to another Supreme Court case, because what's been presented to you is actually very disrespectful to you all, in my humble opinion, as well as the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are seeking comments. As Michael mentioned, we went to CAC meeting, the Chamber of Commerce meeting, and then we have an upcoming civic meeting. So comments like this are important to us to help us formulate how to move forward. So thank you. Linda Ashcraft. Right.
What does it say it's about?
There's two. One's for Town Board resolution on the bond authorization for Shinnecock Hills Limited Access Road. And there's two cards. So
So you could just address this once.
both.
you could say, and then Liberty Gardens.
If you could address both at the same time, it would be appreciated.
I will. Have to go back to my other handout. These maps, and I'll be referring to the top map when I 3 minutes. This is the big map. So the second map is from the corridor study plan. This is about Shinnecock Hills Road, access road to Hill Station. And this is a map from 1925 from a real estate developer back in the day for the Shinnecock Hills. Just so you have the history as well as where we are today. The top one is the one up.
Do you want me to just put one up there?
Sure.
Hi, shall I start?
Just a minute, like, she needs
I don't know, because it's gonna, these are a little big. for this
Sorry,
type of
I know,
presentation.
yeah. They were reduced to that size.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Full service down here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sorry.
No, it's good. Couldn't see Barbara.
Me neither.
Hi. So my name is Linda Ashcraft, and I am speaking on today's Town Board Resolution 2024-115 bond authorization of $1 million for construction of Shinnecock Hills Limited Access Road. I live in Shinnecock Hills in the neighborhood that is only accessed by County Road 39. Elaine Botman, who couldn't be here today and a resident, has spearheaded this effort to create an alternative safe access to Hill Station Road. Elaine sent a neighborhood petition to the town on November 4th, 2016, which should be in your files. And we started working on this as a neighborhood in the summer of 2016, 7.5 years ago. We are a neighborhood of 90-plus homes. We are asking for access onto Hill Station Road because we only have access in and out of our neighborhood via County Road 39, and it is impossible to access when the road shuts down, which happens frequently due to accidents. County Road 39 is also unsafe for left-hand turns into and out of our community, and Hill Station Road provides an outlet to avoid turning left onto County Road 39. If you look at the map, there are 2 existing paper roads from our neighborhood to Hill Station Road. The first, they're the roads where the blue is. The first is Hillside Road. A portion of Hillside exists, that's the yellow portion on the map, and it extends partway to Hills Station from Arbutus. The second paper road would continue Shinnecock Hills Road, and this is the proposed road to Hill Station that is being discussed. A little history and why we are asking for this now. Hillside, the first paper road, did extend to Hills Station Road prior to 2014-2015. An unimproved single-lane dirt road existed that we used to travel in and out of our neighborhood. In 2010, the property at 26 Hillside was sold, and as I understand it, part of the unimproved dirt road that extended to Hills Station was on this property rather than on the designated paper road. So towards the end of their property renovation, the section of the road was blocked off by the new property owners, and the remaining part of the road, which even though it's blue, it really does exist in yellow up to Hill Station, does continue to exist on the west side of their property. So up to 2014, 2015, we could go in and out via Hillside to Hill Station Road. This alternate access was needed by our community then, and the need has only increased since. Obviously. We are essentially trapped either in our community or away from it if we attempt to return home when an accident closes down County Road 39, which occurs at alarming rates in the stretch of intersections between Hill Station, Shrubland, Greenfield, and Tuckahoe Roads. While the Hillside unimproved dirt road did work for our community access to Hill Station Road, a proper improved two-way road to Hill Station can only be a one-way out except in emergencies. Otherwise, our residential roads would effectively become a bypass for County Road 39. What is most important here is that we are not asking for an improvement. We are asking for access we have. We are asking for a road that is essential to safely exit our community and that allows us to enter and exit it in cases of County Road 39 shutdowns and ambulance and fire emergencies. Thank you. I'll get my other paperwork for number 2.
Oh, wait. No,
Well, she probably has some minutes left, or not.
That's it?
does she have minutes left?
Yeah.
No.
That was 3 minutes?
3 minutes and 30 seconds. But, you know, it's your prerogative.
Just give her a few minutes.
Liberty Gardens.
Yeah, I guess you could just hand them out.
Usually
friendly.
somebody comes up once, that's the thing. Not-
Sorry, oh.
You don't submit a card for each topic you
Oh,
want
they
to
told me
speak on.
we checked, they said 2.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, we need to give instruction to those who are outside with the cards. But
They didn't know, it was like, it was a discussion, and the envelope was 2. This will be quick, because I basically just gave you the paperwork. I just want to say this regarding Liberty Gardens. Again, my name is Linda Ashcraft from Shinnecock Hills, and the focus from the beginning by the developer was the need, which we all agree exists, for affordable workforce housing for local residents, and including veteran units as well. And wording that always has been addressed through to the FEI is supportive housing. So I'm trying to figure out what that means. And researching to understand supportive housing led me to the means for Liberty Gardens led me to the funding Concern Housing receives to provide supportive services to residents of the communities they develop. And then further research of the funding sources shows that to provide supportive housing, Concern does enter into agreements with the funders. And does the board know what the eligibility criteria required by the funders are per these agreements? And that is what's listed in the handout I passed out. The first two pages is a table detailing eligibility criteria of funding sources for Concern Housing. And attached to the table is the source document, which I've highlighted. So I'm asking you to read the table and the highlighted parts of the support documents because it raises questions that I think the board needs to know the answers to regarding the funding eligibility criteria requirements before the board continues positive findings for the Liberty Gardens development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacques Comer.
Hi, my name is Jock Comer. I'm known pretty well to some of you. That's a good thing in general. I just wanted to say hello to the new members of the board and wish you all great luck and steadfastness in the issues that you folks are going to have to decide. Obviously, based upon the presentations today, they are many, they are expensive, and they're very important to the quality of life that we have here in Southampton Town. My interest is a group called the Wildwood Neighborhood Watch. Wildwood Lake is kind of off your map here, but down in this corner. And I previously discussed it in front of this board as being one of the jewels in Southampton Town, actually in the entire East End. So your help and your cooperation in helping us to maintain the quality of life there, whether it be policing or the use of the Wildwood Bowl property or any of those things, very much appreciated. And we really do look forward to working with you all in the future. That's it. No pictures, no nothing.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Always welcome.
Thank you, John.
David Capivari. Hello.
Welcome board. I'm sure you're all tired, so fortunately I'll be brief. Thank you to Cindy McNamara. My main point was here to get the moratorium extended for BESS, the Canal BESS. I asked the previous board, they all seemed to acknowledge, and I asked for a vote, and so I really was trying to press that you would motion for a vote to do this, and I think it's happening on the 13th of February, so thank you very much. You're sort of inheriting a bit of a mess if you look at this picture. Very sorry, but back when this was first approved, there's a lot of misinformation that just wasn't available concerning BESS, so I'm sorry to be redundant to Tom and Cindy, but this location you're going to find is very, very dangerous because you're too close to the LIRR, you're too close to Sunrise Highway, you're too close to the canal. Moisture, and especially salt air, is the death of the lithium-ion batteries, and that's why they caught fire. If you notice, the purpose of these BESS facilities is to have them right next to a solar panel site. They're supposed to capture the power from the solar panel during the day so it can be used at night. This BESS facility would be capturing fossil fuel energy. There is no wind. We really need to think about putting solar panels and wind power and having a BESS facility next to that. That is the purpose. That's what Kathy Hochul was hoping for. This doesn't really apply to that. Plus the fact that it's a flood area, and should we get a Sandy type storm and contaminate the canal, you've just killed the fishing industry, the restaurant industry, the swimming industry, and the media will have a field day saying, oh, the water's contaminated in Southampton. Who's going to come vacation? Our entire economic community will start to crumble if anything happens to this. So in addition to this moratorium, I'm asking the new board to really think about finding a new location because this is very dangerous. I'm a professional engineer. I've been reading up a lot about this, and this is not the place for it. You can find a place next to solar panels and they should be in, as Cindy and Tom remember, in a warehouse, like a Home Depot warehouse, climate controlled, fire suppression systems, dry chemical, sodium bicarbonate. The one in East Hampton, they were smart enough to put into a warehouse. They had a fire suppression system, but they were inadequate, they failed, and it burned anyway. So a fire here will be scary for everybody in the community, and I don't think this is something that this board really wants to tackle. Please find another location that's more suitable and not so close to sensitive areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Wrong, it looks like. David, are you going to speak about the assessed value? It looked like.
David Wrong.
Wrong. Sure.
David Wrong, Southampton Village. When I was last here on January 9th, I ended my remarks by beseeching you to please care. Apparently, each of you has chosen not to care. I noted that 700 Meadow Lane, which sold for $112.5 million, had a town assessed value of 34% of true value. I also noted that $2 million properties had a town assessed value of 87% of true value. That means that these $2 million properties are paying more than 2.5 times the school and town taxes as these higher value properties. But none of you care. None of you care that residents of lower valued properties are being discriminated against, even though that exposes the town to a class action lawsuit. None of you care that the town's present method of determining assessed values extorts money from residents of lower valued properties and subsidizes the residents of higher valued properties. On a continuing note, none of you care that the town refuses to tell residents how assessed values are determined. This is an easy fix. I don't know why you can't get this done. None of you care that our town invoices display a true value number that is a deliberate lie. The so-called true value is nothing but a backed into number computed from an already predetermined assessed value. Why do none of you care about treating residents with respect and telling them the truth? I have posted my comments from my 2 previous meetings on a local social media platform called Nextdoor. And I've had over 7,000 views of these postings. And I will be posting today's presentation. This issue needs to be a primary consideration in all future town elections. The town deserves representatives who will treat residents fairly, who will treat residents with respect, and we need representatives who actually care. Any questions or comments?
Well, my comment is that there's a tax freeze and there hasn't been a reassessment for many years, and that's something that the town does need to engage in. And unfortunately, it wasn't budgeted for this year, but it's something that we can budget for next year.
What you did with the base of 2019, and you could update it for obvious, real facts, like 700 Meadow Lane selling for $112 million, like Calvin Klein's house selling for $84 million. Because when you don't, move those up, all the rest of us, in much lower value, we are getting stuck with the cost.
We're not getting you on the, since you're talking, we're not getting you on, on
My
the
voice
mic.
carries, I'm sure it's heard.
Well, just,
You can't see me.
okay.
Okay, that excuse of, we did an assessment, or appraisal rather, which was a partial appraisal back in 2019. All you have to do is update it. There is so much information out there on Zillow, on Reddit, It is not that tough.
We do have to
And by
update it.
just continuing to postpone this, one, as I say, you are exposing the town to a class action lawsuit. And I have all the facts. I can be happy to sit down and share my research with you. But to just, keep burying your heads in the sand on this issue is a huge disservice to
30
service
seconds.
to the vast majority of residents. And it exposes the town to liability, and it just isn't fair.
Thank you.
You've got to address this.
We
Like,
do,
this is
we
the-
do
you know,
care.
People might say, why
Excuse
am I
me.
so, this is the third time
Let's
I've brought
discuss.
this to
Hey,
this.
Dave, excuse us, we do care. We've only been here for a couple of weeks, okay?
Yeah,
We do care.
Yeah.
And we
You have to
we
give
actually
us
was talking
time to
about
make
this.
changes.
The last board did the budget, okay? So give us a little time and let us get caught up with all these problems we have to solve, okay? Thank you.
thank
Care
you.
faster.
Thank you. Thank you,
It should be
Councilor
noted for the
Pell.
board that in 2019, we decided to not do the annual reassessment to market value practice that we had done for probably about a decade. We are one of a few, sir, if you would.
You can take it outside.
The meeting is
talk
in
the hallway.
progress. Well, So 2019, we stopped our market value reassessment for homes in the town of Southampton, and then the pandemic hit. We did not anticipate that, so we have not done reassessments for school tax, for school state aid. The state does employ a multiplier for the assessments in the town of Southampton. Now, that's something that we certainly can look at in the future. But one of the issues that we found is that in areas where there are high market values, there are those who live in those areas, haven't changed their house, they're a retired person from New York Telephone Company or wherever, and we have found that their assessments went up exponentially, and so did their tax bill. So we were trying to look at that particular portion. There are people in this town who do fit into that demographic, and through no movement of their own, their taxes doubled and tripled. So we were looking at that, and so we froze our assessments in 2019. I think it should also be noted that one of our districts, the Hampton Bays School District, last year received a 38.2% increase in state funding. Part of the equalization rate of the state school funding system is the municipality and the amount of assessed value in the municipality. So this 38.2% was on top of a 15% increase the year before. They're one of a few school districts on the east end of Long Island that is getting an increase in state aid this year. The two are connected. So we can certainly take a look at this in the future. I appreciate your comments, sir. And so those are my thoughts.
Talk about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schiavone. Maureen Brady?
Hello. I'd like to welcome the new members of the board. I wish you well, and it's nice to see the veterans of the board. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to some good things for the town, for everybody. I have to say, sitting here for as long as I have just today, I feel for you, okay? You must feel like punching bags. And I don't say that lightly, okay? I will never run for any position, okay, because there's no thanks to it. I am here to talk about the bond that I believe is up for vote for the Shinnecock Hills Road. To me and to the 100 or so folks in our area up in Shinnecock Hills, it's a safety issue. There's one way in, one way out. When there's an accident on County Road 39, it creates havoc. We can't get in, we can't get out. I myself have health issues, although I think I look like the picture of health. An ambulance can't get in once County Road 39 shuts down, okay? And that is my concern for any cul-de-sac in this town, okay? We shouldn't be subjected to that, all right? We've been at this for 9 years, although I think it's a little bit less than that. But either way, I think we need to do this, do it and be done and get it behind us. The Liberty Gardens issue is another safety issue from my perspective, okay? Housing is an issue, but County Road 39 is another huge issue for this town, because when it shuts down, it creates havoc, okay? I know at one of the hearings, the EMTs were talking, Mr. Fasano mentioned that we're not for it. It's not that we're not for it, the location is not the correct location. Anybody traveling on 39A gets it. 35 miles an hour, I myself know that I don't go 35 miles. I'm going to admit that now, shame on me. But getting in and out of that in the morning or at night, it's treacherous, okay? My other thing is, if the bond does not go through and the road is not built for us to have a second way out of there, whether it's one way, two way, I think Tom Houghton, am I saying his last name correctly?
That's correct.
He had designed something that also had carriages at one point so that people could walk the road, which was great. If it's not approved, what is your comeback to the community? What are we going to do for the safety of that community? Okay, if we can't get the road built, what's our option? And I'm willing to listen to options, okay? But again, I'm at nauseam, and I'm in this for 6 years, and I feel like, okay, enough.
30
But
seconds.
if it's not going to happen, we need to know what the alternative is. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Maureen. Ray D'Angelo? Oh, yeah.
Ray D'Angelo, Hampton Bays. I just want to address the new members of the board. I do see that you want to listen to us and work with us. I didn't mean, I know you're new at it and you're getting bombarded with all this stuff that, and my previous comments, I maybe were misconstrued. I do have a lot of faith in you guys, and I do hope that we can work together. This thing, though, is a problem. It's been going on. It's not just your problem. Is that the structure of the government here in town of Southampton is not fair. The at-large system is not a fair voting system. We have two large areas, population, which is probably, in my opinion, because there's an undercount, because there's a lot of Latino people that don't want to be counted, of 50%, and they're disenfranchised. We have no representation whatsoever. And we're also disenfranchised with all these boards, which have become, either usurping your power or you gave them power, they're very powerful. And that's the point I was trying to make. We need to get representation on those boards, and eventually, I think that we have to restructure the town government here into districts. You know, Flanders and Hampton Bays would have to get half the districts, because we have half the population. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Now, there's a lot of stuff I want to sum it up here. Going back to the real estate taxes, I don't think Mr. Schiavone understands that on a tax bill, there's a market value. And then there's your assessed value, which is a percentage of the market value. That percentage is not standard on everybody. Like, it's like some are 60, mine's like 70, some are 34. If you look at those tax bills, and that percentage should be a standardized percentage. Whatever your market value of your house is, if you're going to tax, the assessed value should be a standard percentage of that. And that's what I think he was alluding to. It's not fair. And I don't know how you're going to correct that. I think, the other problem is, I agree, from, dealing with the assessor, is like no one knows how they do this thing. They go in the back room and how they come up with these assessments or the value. So I think we need to have clear, sunlight into this process and get it straightened out. And the last thing I want to ask is, as water commissioners now, the superintendent was last year, and the superintendent's name escapes me. But he said that we at times send water to Suffolk County water from the Hampton Bays, and sometimes vice versa. But from my understanding, it's more from Hampton Bays to them. I have a simple question. Do we charge them for that water? No, is it just given to them free, gratis, or do we charge them?
30 seconds.
I'd like to know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer.
You don't know the answer, I'm
Yeah.
sure you don't. And I didn't mean to be got you, but maybe you could find that out. Because we should be charging them for the water, because they charge their customers for the water, and, you know, we get charged for our water, and we pay high rates for it. And Hampton Bays, like I wrote previously, is like the Saudi Arabia water here on the East End. We have a lot of water. So I think that we send them a lot of water, and they should pay for it. And the last thing
It
about
was
Bess.
only a couple of times in emergency situations. I don't believe that they are metered, but we'll definitely check on it, Mr. D'Angelo.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd just
And-
like to
And
know.
you're right, I agree with you, you know, because they certainly would do it
I think
the
you
other
guys in
way.
Sag Harbor should pay for it if you're using it. The other thing is,
And there are the two connections on there are two connections on the eastern side of the
I know there are, but I think he stated that it's usually from us to them. So if it is, they should pay for it.
When it was opened, it was going from Hampton Bays Water District
Well,
to
he said that
Suffolk
we
County.
get water from them occasionally, but I think most of the time it's the other way. And the last thing I want to talk about, the Climate Action Plan, which doesn't mention BESS units much, but they are necessary in the system of going to sustainability with windmills and solar, is that, and I said it, I think, no one wants to live next to these things. They're dangerous, and that's going to be a problem. Where are you going to put these things?
Right.
No one wants to live next to them.
So actually, Public Safety did actually meet with the Sustainability Committee recently and went over some of the, fire safety issues with respect to BESS, and the committee's looking at all of those, findings and recommendations from our Public Safety.
Okay, and you also, I want to make you aware that we can't get anybody on that Sustainability Committee. They seem to be a very closed house and everything. And so I would like to have some more
They are looking at-
practicality-oriented people.
Councilmember Schiavone also will note, during our last couple of meetings, we did talk to them about outreach and community engagement, and we are going to be working on that with them.
Okay.
And one more thing, Ray, and actually Cindy sponsored a advertisement in the paper for appointments.
Okay.
So look,
The town board is doing.
town board.
All right.
And so look for that, then you can apply.
Okay. I appreciate you three. I mean, I think that the whole mood here has changed, and I do appreciate all of them, and I know you guys are going to be great. I really do. I have that feeling, so I'm optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael,
Thanks.
perhaps you can update us at the,
It's a love fest. I love you all.
can update us at the work session about what you were just talking about the public safety and the sustainability committee?
Sure.
We can get a definite answer on the water authority, but I believe it's kind of like
It's
a
not
mutual
metered.
aid agreement
Yeah.
with the police department. Like, if Southampton can't respond and the village PD responds, they don't charge us for responding, and we don't charge them. It's just kind of like, it doesn't need a comment. I'm just.
You're on time.
About in the late 1996 or 7, Jersey City had a water problem, and the city gave them, New York City sent them water. But they charged them for the water they sent over there. That's all I'm saying, that, we have to pay for it, the residents. And if it was just an emergency, of course, I don't want people to, go thirsty. But the point is, if it's a regular occurrence, we should be getting remuneration for it. Thank
We'll
you.
find that out. Our liaison with the water district will find it out. All right, Francis Genovese.
While Francis is coming up, we did add a new water line under the canal to service that area. Proud of that.
Can I give you these?
That's a good one.
Sunday.
Francis, over here.
No.
It would never be.
I got all of them, my folders.
My name is Frances Genovese, and I live in the village of Southampton, 209 Bishop's Lane. And I'm here to speak about Liberty Gardens and to acknowledge that you have been very handicapped by giving this application at the stage that it's in. I appreciate Mr. Pell's remarks at the end of the last meeting in which he identified the problem that the
former supervisor created by his rush meeting to help you possibly understand the entire climate and background of the 5 years of this application. We have, a bunch of us have prepared a packet of information. It's not what you're looking at now. We've prepared a packet of information for you that's like amendations to the DEIS, which we're going to give to you at the end of this week. But for now, and I think that that packet will show you that the public has been very poorly treated in this, and that this application of Liberty Gardens has been misrepresented from day one. First off, it was presented as affordable local housing. No need was ever created or expressed in this town for supportive housing for psychiatrically and physically disabled veterans. No need was ever established for that. The Liberty Gardens has no benefit to Southampton. It cannot legally be local or workforce housing. It cannot. And the developer has a very extensive public relations spin machine working around, and he also had the unlimited support of the former supervisor. If you look at, I just would like to look at 2 documents. The packet that we present, that we're going to give to you at the end of the week, will give you some idea of the previous 5 years. But now I presented to you something that continues, that is last week, simply last week. The Newsday article on the top is a plant, obviously. It continues the developer's vilification of the public. You can see it also knocks Cindy McNamara just as a token. But you can see that he has this is a plant in which the people who oppose this on environmental and social concerns, in addition to the misrepresentation, are here said we are the uglier undercurrent, particularly in terms of this development. That is vintage Michael Daly, YIMBY preacher, and we recognize it when we see it.
Are you saying that the Newsday editorial board is a plant? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the Newsday editorial board, yes, except it planted this. The Newsday, if you'll read the top statement, I'm happy to discuss this. They pat themselves on the back, the Newsday editorial board, by saying they're experienced journalists who offered reasoned opinions based on facts to encourage informed debate. None of that is true. They never covered this issue. They never sought any facts about it. They simply repeat the developer's spin, which was, completely enhanced by Michael Daly, who was embraced by this town board. And I find when often at these meetings, I have to echo Gail Lombardi. In addition to her research, she just has her hands on the pulse of the community. And she has said to you that she's hoping for better decisions based on the information that you get. She's hoping for better information provided for you. I'd like to second her on that. The information that was provided to the public and also provided and denied to the town members by the town planning department is reprehensible. Let's take the second thing that I gave you, if you'll take a look at it. This is the agreement that was signed between the nursing home and Concern for Independent Living, which was used as the basis for the former superintendent to push this through at a special meeting on the 26th and dump this loaded grenade into your laps. Up until yesterday, the person who signed this on page 5 has denied any knowledge of this agreement, and has denied any correspondence in her files. We have tried, now this letter was used on the 26th. Certain members of the town board had never seen it. I tried for weeks, and other people tried for weeks, to get this out of your planning department. We could not get it. Yesterday, I was told very contemptuously that it was on the website. It was not. It was put on the website yesterday. And they have done that before. They did the Dunn engineering report they put on the website one day before the public hearing. Your planning department, particularly the head of your planning department, needs an informed look. You need to look at their product, you need to look at their performance. Because we have looked, the public in this case has been forced to do the due diligence that the town refused to do. They refused to do. They only acceded to what they knew were the wishes of the former supervisor.
You're saying you spoke with the woman who signed this, allegedly signed this?
Yes.
Rosemary, the
Rosemary
managing
Petito
member.
has and her assistant, Aaron Holzman, have said they have absolutely no correspondence, nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this. And here's her signature. You might want to pursue it. Also, we would have appreciated seeing this earlier. And now this letter, which the public never saw, was a basis of one of the decisions to accept the the FEIS.
And the
Which
basis
gave
of your
the-
claims are based on what?
I'm sorry,
The
what?
basis of your claim, which
What
is
claim?
that this individual has no knowledge of signing.
Yes, that's based on, I have a letter that has been sent to her. You can check, it's to me. It's to me. I'm making the claim because I made the calls to her endlessly.
That's
and
my
got
question.
these
Thank you.
And got these responses.
Okay.
She has denied it. We would have liked to have seen this because there's something in here about it being non-binding. We don't know what that means. We're not lawyers, and we're forced, as usual, to do the town's due diligence. What does it mean? Does anybody know? Has anybody read it? Can anybody give me an answer on this? I can give you the paragraph. The right to assign, it's here, 11-point-paren. Anyway, I don't need it now. I'd appreciate it sometime, but we would have appreciated it now. We had to get this because the nursing home denied any knowledge of this. They denied it consistently. We had to force the planning department to give us this information, and as late as yesterday, they were insisting it was on the website, and then had to reverse themselves and say they put it on the website yesterday. And Ms. Shearer, just now in the hall, said, well, it was a mistake. They're like it was a mistake not to put the Dunn letter on it. Anyway, those are just the kind of things, let me see if I can get through everything I have here. So I hope that you'll take a look at the packet of information. It's not voluminous. We know what you've been subjected to with the with the Nelson Voorhees Pope tomes. We know what you're subjected to, but we will annotate some of those issues and hope that you look at this fresh. Because I think anybody with any experience knows that this is headed to litigation one way or the other. You're dealing with a feral developer who has been aided and is now very unhappy at being deterred. And I think you should know that the former supervisor, by forcing that decision on the 26th, put the power and the timeline into the hands of the developer. Anyway, see you on Friday.
Thank you. I don't know, what is Friday?
What's Friday, Francis?
I'm going to give you, I'm just
So she'll jump on that.
Sorry, I just needed to ask. In case I'm missing things, sorry.
I have the information. It will contain some of what Linda Ashcraft has
Okay.
done, okay?
Thank you.
In large type.
Excellent.
Ray, I did just receive a note that said there's a meter on both ends of the water line, and that if the water authority needs water, it's metered, and if only for a short period of time, an hour or so, then there's no charge, but otherwise, we do charge, and likewise, they charge us.
Thank you very much. I mean, if it's an emergency for now, if it was a fire, okay, but I mean, if it's a constant thing, we should get money back.
Absolutely.
Nothing, the air's free. Even that's not free.
They should. Bernice
Yep,
Haas, please.
We agree.
Hi, I'm Bernice Haas, and I'd like to extend a welcome to our new town supervisor and the new board members, and of course, thank you for still being here. I want to talk about our road. I live in St. Andrews Road West, and okay, I'll give you an example of when I come back from town or the gym, SYS. Let's see. I come around, and then there's no way for me to get into my road, St. Andrews Road West. So I stay there, and I'm a little nervous about when I'm going to be able to get into my road. And then suddenly I'm still there because there's no way to get back to my road. So then my car starts shaking because the vibration of all the cars coming by, and I'm in the middle, I'm in a suicide lane, and these cars are coming by, and my car is shaking, and I have a Jeep. So I don't have a small car. I have sort of like a truck, and I'm shaking. And this happens just about maybe 95% of the time that I go into the village or wherever else I are coming home from. And each time I say to myself, this is it. This is the time that you're not going to make it. And I say to myself, oh, the kids, my children, my grandchildren, oh, they're not going to take this well. This is so stupid. This is what the things that are going through my mind. Then sometimes another thing will happen. I'm in that lane, and then there's 2 lanes on the other side, and one lane is a truck. Now, the trucks are usually very nice. They're very courteous. And so the truck will stop so I can get through. But the truck didn't seem to know that there's a car going very fast. And there I am, and there's the car, and we come that close to crashing. So there's one incident after another. Getting
30 seconds.
Getting out, there's lots and lots of traffic. As I said, getting out of my road, there's lots and lots of traffic that's getting out. And I just stay until I can find a safe time to get out.
3 minutes.
Now, this is a lot of words to tell you that we need this road, and we need it desperately for our safety. My grandson comes and stays with me every summer, and he's 17 now, and now he can drive. And, the thing that worries me is not for myself so much, but for my 17-year-old that has to go through what I go through. So here I am, asking you, pleading with you, we need this road, and we need it for our safety and for the other reasons that my friends and neighbors have asked you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carol McCarville.
Hello, everybody. I'm Carol McCarville. I'm an attorney from Hampton Bays. Before I start on the topic I intended to speak on, I just want to respectfully correct Madam Supervisor. Our assessor has, in fact, many times raised taxes raise assessments during the period that the town had called for a freeze. She uses a trick she calls an inventory adjustment, and if the homeowner grieves that, 2 years later, she raises their assessment 3 times bigger. So, but what I really want to talk about is the most important business this town could ever have, namely how the town handles the vehicular killing of one of its own, a pedestrian. I'm referring to the death of Margaret Lucy on January 8th at Ponquag Avenue in front of the post office just outside the King Cullen Center. She was age 89. She was a former gym teacher who walked 4 miles a day. She walked in charity walks. She was an extremely capable pedestrian, let's say. Now, I'm addressing this because I was an assistant district attorney in Queens County. I was a criminal lawyer for 30 years, and most apropos to this, I was a judge at the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles, which investigates pedestrian killings by drivers. I know a lot about pedestrian killings. So in the case of Margaret Lucy's killing, a truck driver who was a member of the fire department apparently made a left-hand turn coming off Good Ground Road onto Ponquag. There are lights there. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. There was no snow or rain. There's no visual obstructions. And Margaret was killed. Now, I was in the senior center because she was one of the seniors from the center. And I came running out at 12 o'clock. This killing occurred at about 11. And there were many Southampton police huddled around. And because I knew her personally, and I knew that she was all alone, her relatives are not in the area, I said to one of the cops, you know, we believe this is Margaret Lucy who was killed, and I have some information, and she has nobody else. And the cop said to me, I'm not telling you nothing, ma'am. I'm not telling you anything. I'm walking away. Now, I don't know why the police department thinks it has the option to not talk to people at the scene. Maybe it's because the driver was a fireman. I don't know. But this kind of behavior is not unusual among the Southampton police. This officer, whose name I don't know, had no idea what I was going to say. I might have been able to tell him, this is just hypothetically, that I had seen the driver drinking at a bar 15 minutes before, or I saw the driver distracted, or whatever information I had. This cop just walked away. Now, the police department is really not in a position to refuse to talk to people at a scene, especially of a fatality. In this case, his refusing to talk to me was especially egregious, and this is true for all accidents for a couple of reasons. When the police don't talk to people at the scene, who are sometimes family or friends, the police destroy the opportunity of the victim donating their organs. I cannot tell you how important this is, because organ donations can be done from an accident scene. There's an hour window. And by this cop saying, I'm walking away, I'm not telling you anything, he destroyed possible organ donation, which could have helped 7 other living people. In addition, because he didn't know what I was going to say, there was no input into this so-called police investigation. I submit the police did no investigation. I know what a fatality accident investigation looks like, and I didn't see any signs of investigation. In fact, the head of code enforcement came out with a pail of water and poured it over the blood to wash it away. Can you imagine that this is how our town treats a fatality, we let somebody from code enforcement come and wash away the blood. I mean, it's sickening the way accidents in this town are being treated. Again, I don't know the reason for this. So I then went to the hospital, guessing that she was at Southampton Hospital, who then referred me to the medical examiner's office. So here's the problem. The Southampton police often, if not usually, tell people when they have a problem that they bring to the police, it's a civil matter. We don't investigate that. I hear this constantly from the Southampton police. But when it comes to a fatality, it's heartbreaking that there was no investigation. Shortly after this fatality, the police department called the DA's office, as it is obliged to, and told them, oh, it's just a civil matter. It's not criminal. Well, I submit the police department didn't do anything to figure that out. When a driver kills a pedestrian, the driver's negligence, if it's that, can be so critical that it rises to the level of being a crime. Criminally negligent homicide. This is a bona fide common crime. I never hear our police department charging somebody or even considering charging somebody with criminally negligent homicide. I don't know why it wasn't considered at this point. It could be ruled out or found to be correct. But to automatically call the DA so quickly and say, oh, there's no crime here, is just a complete abdication of the police department doing its job. Again, I then called the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office.
I didn't say anything.
What?
Oh,
I called the Suffolk County
The timer, and you exceeded it by 4 minutes, that we gave you a little bit of leeway.
right.
I have your information, and I've reached out to the chief of police.
I just want to say one last thing. I asked the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office to look into this fatality. We, the town, should be looking at all pedestrian fatalities by cars. We're very big on traffic studies, but this town never considers that the drivers, not the intersection, is causing the fatality. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the chief is aware of this, so he'll look into
Oh, good.
things that.
Yeah.
And also,
He's
I
watching
have
it.
a meeting.
Talking to the police begs the issue.
I have a meeting tomorrow with PD, our town engineer, public safety, and the highway superintendent to discuss, and Councilman Isley, to discuss pedestrian safety. So, see if there's anything we can do immediately, but because we all took it very seriously. And
Of course, yeah, and I'm glad you set the meeting up and you can fill us all in at the
Absolutely.
next work session. I didn't hear you, Sunday, so sorry about that. All right, the last speaker today is Jay Deasing.
Thanks, Ted.
My name is Jay Deasing. I'm a resident of the village and the president, unpaid president of the Southampton Association. I want to lighten your load, so please don't spend any more time on Liberty Gardens trying to put a square peg in a round hole. No matter how much lipstick you have, it's not enough for that project and for that location. So when you look at the documents that you have in front of you, you're going to see that the initial planning board review was negative. Yet somehow this project kept moving forward. Now, maybe it was the team of high-paid consultants, advisors, and PR specialists. But the result was that Liberty Gardens is still what it is, and it's the wrong project in the wrong location. And evidence of that is right here in this letter from less than 15 months ago, coming from the applicant and their attorney, And they described the project as workforce housing development that's 100% affordable. It's not workforce housing. It never was workforce housing. This was going to be supportive housing. And so I think they knew that they had a PR problem. And the PR problem was the truth. And that sometimes is very inconvenient. So I'm asking you to work on what we really need to fix in our community, and that's County Road 39 and our housing. And you've got wonderful projects to put your focus onto. And so let's move beyond Liberty Gardens, let's give it the funeral it deserves, and start putting our efforts into something that will actually bear fruit for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, Charles, is there anybody online that wishes to speak?
No hands.
All right, then it's time to move on to the resolutions.
Make a motion to close public portion.
Make a motion to close the public comment section. All right.
Second.
No, motion to
Second. All in
close.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait. That was a motion to close public
Correct.
portion.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm good. Aye. Didn't hear it.
Okay, is everybody ready? You want to take a turn?
2 minutes to use the restroom?
Can I have 2 minutes as well? Sorry, if I may.
Please stand by.
Thank you, Tommy John.
Ready, Charles? All right, before we get started with the resolutions, there are about 29, I think, that have to do with bond, issuance of bonds. And so our comptroller's here to just assure us that just because we are approving or authorizing the bonds doesn't mean you're actually
Correct.
going to
There are 29
borrow the
resolutions.
money.
There are 29 resolutions for about $40 million. This is just authorizations for us to go into, to market, to bond for that money. But we're not planning on to go in until sometime in July, August, later on in the year. So if you do feel that you don't want to proceed with some of those capital projects, we can only always rescind the bond resolutions, and then we can amend the capital budget for each capital project that you have questioned or you don't want to proceed with.
Okay, because some of us just got this last week, so we haven't had an opportunity to review all of the projects with the departments. So we just needed a little more time, but we don't want to hold you up because you explained to us in the work session that you get a better rate if you go out earlier in the year.
Well, no, we're not going out for the bonding, but these were approved in the capital budget. So we need the bond resolutions in order to sometimes later go into the market and borrow. And we're waiting, we're gonna see how the market is. That's why we were thinking about going later on in the year. But they were approved, so if there's also a process. We have to, you vote on them, then you have to, there are legal advertisements, then there's a staple period, there's a process, so we don't want to wait too long, especially because there's so many capital projects.
So if we don't vote on it, say if we decided to hold one back and, because we needed more information, we can vote on it 2 meetings down the road.
I think it's better if you vote on them, because at this point, you don't know if you're not gonna do it or not. And then you have some time to decide. I mean, like I said, we can rescind later on the bond resolutions, but if you don't do it, then then we need to reach out to our bond counselor to write a new resolution with newer, the legal advertisements, because we advertise it in the newspaper. It just prolongs the process.
So, but you're not borrowing the money?
We're not
until the
borrowing.
fall.
We did last year, I believe, in August. We're gonna wait until later in the year, so you have some time. Of course, if you don't want to proceed with the project, even if you vote on that, we then start asking department heads, just to put them on alert that you don't want to proceed with that project at this time.
Yeah, we'll be promptly meeting with different department heads so we don't drag
So this
the
is just
process out.
authorization. It's like a line of credit saying, if we need to, we're gonna go out and
It's there if we
bond
need
for
it.
Yes.
And what would be the next step? Does the board vote on a resolution to execute a bond? No,
No,
it's
once
just-
this is it. And then, like I said, once we have that, then there is a legal advertisement, you have to advertise it in the newspaper. And then some of them have a staple period, 30 days, and after that, we can go and borrow. We haven't done for a couple of years that we do them early, we do it later in the year.
Dorothy, well, thank you for that overview. That's number one. Number two, so if we were to move forward with a bond, because I know earlier we were speaking about, the West Hampton Center that we're looking at.
There was
which
the
had-
community center,
The community
correct.
center, correct, yeah. And that was related to an earlier bond that had been passed, correct?
Correct. We looked at that, there were 3 bond resolutions. There was
Right.
appropriation from general fund and then allocation of the ARPA money.
So
the
in that
coronavirus.
time period, when does that bond become attached to that specific project?
When we borrowed that money for those 3 bond resolutions. The last one we did was last year, $2 million, and that money was borrowed. So those 3 the bond resolutions that were from past years, they already bonded for. That money was already.
Because there was a resolution authorizing to bond.
Correct. Well, and everybody at that time were saying, yes, we're proceeding with that capital project.
So you awarded bids and
You
stuff.
awarded, the prices for that project also changed, so that's why we were holding. I mean, we thought it was gonna take that much, and then as it was more expensive, and there were, different plans, then that's what happened.
Yeah, and I know there's something specific to that particular project. I'm just thinking about just in general, the process of bonding.
Right, so you.
And where is that cutoff point where we do okay a bond and then move forward on actually.
Well, when you adopt your capital
Attaching
budget,
projects.
you're saying those projects are gonna move forward, right?
Right.
So then the next step would be the bond resolution, and then going out to the market to borrow that money.
So then our approval then of these bonds are.
But it doesn't mean you have to go up to the market.
Right.
Right? It doesn't mean you're gonna have to, take the, let's just say, I don't know, one of them is Lobster Inn Marina for $625,000. Just because you approve it doesn't mean that we're gonna borrow that money when we go out to the market.
Okay.
We can say we're not borrowing that, that's gonna, reduce the overall borrowing, and also we can rescind the bond resolution, which means then you're not gonna borrow that at all.
Okay.
So that would be the next step. We meet with the department heads, have the discussions. If we
then
decide
you
that
can
there may
rescind.
be some projects that we don't want to move forward with, then we rescind the resolution.
The bond
that we
resolution, but then
passed
there's
today.
also gonna be another resolution
Amend
that
the
will
capital.
talk about each capital project and reducing the funding that is in place for that project.
Okay. You have any other questions about that for Dorothy? Anybody?
Yeah, there are, I know one project that the funding is not adequate to build the project.
Right,
Which
well-
which is a different issue. So if we bond this and then go
Correct.
into the bond,
We
and then we would
do-
have to bond another,
Another, correct.
60%.
And we do that a lot for our project, because sometimes we do different phases, then sometimes they
Mhm.
stage, it's just depend on the project. Or, somebody asked for $3 million for a particular project, and we only give a partial this year, saying, do something that you can, for 1 year, and then we may do a additional allocation the following year. But correct.
Okay.
But then we get the funds, and then they sit somewhere, but they're earning interest.
Correct, they are, yes.
All right.
and we pay interest on that. So that's, yeah.
Well, if we
I know we got a
borrow-
good rate, but
When we borrow, well, normally we hoping that when we borrow money, we start a project that we're gonna be
Right.
spending. I mean, we really should be spending bond proceeds within 5 years,
That's the idea.
It shouldn't be just sitting there earning interest. So when we, we approve the project, we're hoping that it's moving along and that work is being done.
it earns interest, but we're also paying interest. So
Correct. So if we,
because it's not,
if we did.
it's not ideal.
So the bond that we did last year, it's the following year that you start paying principal and interest, that's correct. So
Okay.
for the borrowing that we did in 2023, we're gonna start paying interest in '24.
And how long is the average bond?
Well, it depends on useful life, if it's a 20-year useful life for community center, then you're gonna be paying that for 20 years. But each bond consists of different projects with different useful life. IT projects are 5 years projects, so within 5 years, that falls off the bond. You're paying them off at a different,
Different rate.
right, well, at a different time, paying them off a
And
portion of the bond.
The duration is, we set the duration in our
No, that's a
request.
useful life. That's really by established in each bond resolution. It says, the probably
Which we-
useful life. No,
we-
it's established by the bond counselor. I mean,
Oh,
she
okay.
says, IT projects are usually 5 years, cars are 5 years, buildings are 20 years. If we want to do Hampton Bay's
All right.
infrastructure, it could be up to 30,
Right.
but we really only do 20.
Got it. All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Okay, shall we start it here? Town Board Resolution 2024-52 is being withdrawn. Town Board Resolution 2024-60 authorized the purchase of Hitachi 7 wheel loader from All Island Equipment Corp. Using Sourcewell contract.
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-61, authorize the purchase of safety shoes from Suffolk County contract with Safeguard Safety Shoe Company.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Who's the second?
I was.
Town Board Resolution 2024-62, to authorize the purchase of two 2024 Kenworth T480 dump plow spreader trucks from Gabrielli Truck Sales Limited using Sourcewell contract.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-63, To authorize the purchases from H.O. Penn Machinery Company, Inc. for generator, emergency service, repair, and parts using Suffolk County contract.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-64, to authorize purchases from W.B. Mason using Suffolk County and Eastern Suffolk BOCES contracts.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, you, Mr.
Yep. Town Board Resolution 2024-65, authorized purchases Ford automotive parts and supplies from Sourcewell, contract with Ford Motor
Second.
Motor Company.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-66, to authorize purchases of General Motors, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Dodge, and Ford OEM repairs and parts from ES BOCES contract with T&T Baldwin Automotive, Inc. and DCO Motors Eagles Company LLC, DBA Eagles Chevrolet of Riverhead.
Second.
Who seconded that?
I think Bill actually got in there earlier than I did, but
Thank
I'm
you.
fine with.
All
I'm
in
fine with it,
favor?
too.
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-67, to authorize purchases of groundskeeping repair parts, service and accessories from Suffolk County contract with Malvese Equipment Company Incorporated.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-68, to authorize purchases of heavy-duty parts Sterling, Mack, Ford, Penworth, Peterbilt, International from Gabrielli Truck Sales Limited, Syosset Truck Sales, Inc., and Trucks, Inc., using Suffolk County contract.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-69, to authorize purchases of industrial and commercial equipment and supplies from Choice Distribution, Inc., Fastenal Company, HD Supply, Facilities Maintenance Limited, Home Depot USA, Inc., Lawson Products, Inc., and W.W. Granger, Inc., using Suffolk County contracts.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, Town Board Resolution 2024-70, authorized purchases of supply and delivery of auto parts with Advanced Stores Company, DBA Advanced Auto Parts, Grade A Petroleum, Fleet Pride, Inc., and Morgan Auto Supply, Inc., using East Hampton contracts.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-71, to authorize purchases of water meters and accessory equipment from Core and Main LP using the Town of Riverhead contract.
Second.
Bill?
Water District. Second.
He did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 72 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Iacilli, authorized supervisor to sign 2024 contract with Suffolk County Office for the Aging to receive additional senior citizen nutrition program funding.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 73 of 2024, authorized the supervisor to sign a contract extension for roll-off containers with Monmouth Solutions, Inc.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-74, authorize the supervisor to sign contract extension with United Metro Energy Corp. For ultra-low diesel fuel.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 75 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorize the purchase of a power plant desktop system with Passio Technologies to assist in the scheduling and bus service provided by Senior Services.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-76, to authorize the purchases of gasoline from the New York State OGS contract with Sprague Operating Resources, LLC.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-77, to authorize the purchases of tires, passenger cars, light, medium, and heavy-duty trucks, off-road equipment from Suffolk County contracts with Barnwell House of Tires.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-78, authorize the supervisor to execute 2024 Youth Bureau agreements with Youth Bureau Programming Consultants.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-79, authorize the supervisor to execute a contract with Edward Wolfersdorf to assist with the review of backlogged building permit plans in the Department of Land Management.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-80 to authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with Fire Protection Service Corporation, DBA, as Briscoe Protective LLC for burglar temperature alarm monitoring, parts, and labor services at 116 Hampton Road, Town Hall Data Processing Center.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 81 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with the Fire Protection Service Corporation, DBA, as Briscoe Protective LLC, for monitoring and maintenance of burglar system alarm at 585 Bridgehampton Sag Harbor Turnpike, Bridgehampton Community Center.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Town Board Resolution 82 of 2024, co-sponsored with Supervisor Moore, authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents for the Federal Equitable Sharing Agreement and certification.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution 83 of 2024, authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents related to an agreement with Telview Corporation to continue to provide software support and software maintenance for Southampton Sun 20 TV.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-84, authorize supervisor to renew contract with CPF Fund Appraisal Service.
Second.
Second, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-85 to authorize the supervisor to sign a one-year contract with Hotch for maintenance, parts, and labor for the Hampton Bays Water District.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-86, authorizing the supervisor to sign an agreement, Municipal Valuation Services, FK Michael Haberman Associates, Inc., for small claim valuation and processing services.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-87, authorize supervisor to sign extended contract with L.K. McLean Associate PC Professional Service for providing for the Elway Creek Habitat Enchantment Project.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can I be added as a co-sponsor to that,
I guess.
Madam Clerk?
Town Board Resolution 2024-88, recall and amend 2023-145, authorize supervisor to sign contract with L.K. McLean Associate PC Professional Engineer Service for Yacht Club Drive, Remsenburg, bulkhead and replacement.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 89 of 2024, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, 2024 notice to bidders for annual on-call granular activated carbon.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-90, co-sponsored by Councilwoman McNamara, Councilman Schiavone, Councilman Pell. 2024 notice to proposers for professional services for the design of a constructed wetland in Riverside.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
How do we, I just thought you.
All right, now we're entering into the bond resolutions.
Oh, boy.
Town Board Resolution 2024-91, bond authorization of $200,000 for the creation of bike lanes and construction of multi-use path GGP.
Second. And I'd like to be added, Cindy. Sorry for not doing this.
I'd like to be added as well.
Myself too.
This was this is our second bond on this particular project.
You're in?
Yeah.
Councilman, I'm fine, sure.
Just
You
put us
don't want
on.
to be out.
Everybody.
Supervisor Moore.
Aye.
Aye.
No, it's a roll call.
Yeah.
So I'm going to call each one of your names for every single one of these bond resolutions. So I'm
Okay.
going to call the supervisor first. Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacilli?
Aye.
Councilman Pell?
Aye.
Councilman Schiavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-92, bond authorization of $230,000 for purchase, installation, and configuration of network equipment.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacilli?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Schiavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-93, Bond authorization of $300,000 for improvement of Hampton Bays Water District.
Second?
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-94, bond authorization of $300,000 for the purchase of police vehicles.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-95, bond authorization of $310,000 for North Sea Beach Colony Beach Erosion Control District.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-96, bond authorization of $500,000 for improvement of Hampton Bays Water District test boring at 32 Quail Run.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-97, bond authorization of $3,700,000 for increase and improvement of the Hampton Bays Water District facilities.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-98, bond authorization of $10,500,000 for Bridgehampton Beach Erosion Control District.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-99, bond authorization of $10,500,000 for Sagaponack Beach Erosion Control District.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-100, bond authorization of $250,000 for sidewalk and traffic improvements along Noyak Road.
Second.
I'd like to co-sponsor it, Cindy.
Me too. Please.
I'm sorry, was, Bill, was that you as well?
Yes.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-101, bond authorization of $100,000 for pedestrian and safety traffic improvements.
Second, and I'd like to co-sponsor, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-102, bond authorization of $150,000 for the purchase of self-contained fire and investigation response unit.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-103, bond authorization of $200,000 for reconstruction or rehabilitation of culverts.
Second. I'd like to co-sponsor that too.
Yeah, I'd like to co-sponsor as well. Culverts are very important. Our lives.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-104, bond authorization of $300,000 for the reconstruction or rehabilitation of bulkheads.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iasili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scivone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-105, bond authorization of $400,000 for the construction or reconstruction of various town sidewalks.
Second. And I'd like to co-sponsor too.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-106, bond authorization of $420,000 for improvements to various town-owned buildings.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-107, bond authorization of $500,000 for the expansion of town-owned police headquarters.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-108, bond authorization of $500,000 for the purchase of heavy equipment for waste management purposes.
Second. I'd like to put on co-sponsor too, please.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-109, bond authorization of $500,000 for the replacement of bulkheads and anchorage system.
Second. I'd like to co-sponsor that too.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-110, bond authorization of $500,000 for various townwide drainage improvements.
Second. I'd like to co-sponsor that. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-111, bond authorization of $625,000 for various improvements to the Lobster Inn Marina.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Think about that one.
Yeah. I was not quite sure about that one.
Town Board Resolution 2024-112, bond authorization of $700,000 for upgrades to townwide radio communication system.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-113, bond authorization of $750,000 for elevation and structural improvements to Town Hall.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-114, bond authorization of $1 million for the acquisition of road maintenance vehicles and related equipment.
Second. I'd like to co-sponsor too.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-115, bond authorization of $1 million for the construction of Shinnecock Hills Limited Access Road.
Second.
On the motion? So I just have a couple of questions just about this resolution as it pertains to the project proposed here. Just, I guess, right off the bat, has our town engineer, I see that he's here, has he looked at, you looked at the proposed action with respect to this project? Good afternoon. Hey. Have you looked at the proposed action with the Shinnecock Hills Access Road?
The plans still need to be completed. The
Okay.
property still needs to be obtained by the town attorney's office before we can even spend the
Okay.
money for construction. So there still is a bit of work to do.
So that no, like, preliminary plan has even been drafted up?
Yes, there are
Preliminary.
preliminary plans.
There's a preliminary
But they're
plan.
preliminary and they're a draft. We were
Okay.
not able to complete the design.
You were not, okay.
And a cost estimate for this particular project, does $1 million in your view, and it might be too broad of a question.
Based on
Will it cover it?
Based on the preliminary plans that we did not complete, the engineer's estimate was greater than 1.5 million. We had stopped the design at that time due to the cost, and we were attempting to pare that cost down by redesigning the plans, but we did not get to that point.
Part of this funding is for designing.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. In your preliminary plan, were you able to identify any clearing related to the building of the access road?
Yes,
Okay.
the right-of-way grades of the road. It is a very hilly area.
Okay. Any wetlands?
No
or anything like
wetlands.
that? Trails?
The Pominock Path runs along this section. I've actually traveled the section of Pominock in this area. It's not maintained whatsoever.
It's not
It's
maintained,
in
but it's
pretty
part of
bad
the-
condition. And it would be similar to other parts of the Pominock where it would get rerouted onto the pedestrian portion of this roadway. So it could be an improvement in that area.
To the trail system.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we currently own all of the pieces of this access road? The town of Southampton?
I would defer to the town attorney's office, but I believe that we do not.
Okay.
What did, somebody said something about carriages or something to walk?
I think she was talking about like pictures of like somebody pushing a baby carriage where you could, it was like a walking multi-use path.
Yeah, it's likely that the rendering of what this proposed roadway / multi-use path would look like included someone pushing a carriage or a stroller. Stock pictures, people running, riding bikes. It was likely shown during one of our presentations to the neighborhood.
And so what's interesting about this road is that it is an unimproved right-of-way that we would have to obtain ownership over and then use whole town-wide monies to build this road.
That appears to be correct.
I have this, okay.
Yep.
All right. So I wanted the town, we brought this up at a work session when we were reviewing this, because there are other neighborhoods, that are similarly situated. Of course, they all have their own flavors of desires of having roads improved and whatnot, and that this could send us down an interesting path with other neighborhoods. Are there other options for neighbors to bring their, I know the answer to this, but for the public, Town Law 200, are there other options for neighborhoods to bring their roads up to our standards and put them into the town system?
Yes, I would refer you to Town Law 200.
Okay. And have we had other neighborhoods do that?
Yes, we have recently completed Town Law 200 upgrades for other neighborhoods at their request.
And has Town Law 200 ever been explored in this particular area?
I'd have to check our files.
Okay.
So the town arranges and pays for the construction of the road, but then it's charged to the residents?
Yeah, that's correct. If the majority of the residents fronting that section of roadway approach the town, we prepare an estimate. We then present that estimate to them with the anticipated cost of that construction. If the majority of them approve of that, the town moves forward. They hire a contractor. We do a design. Then we hire a contractor. And then that cost is initially paid for by the town. The town constructs that road under the premise that that road is going to be taken into and maintained within the town highway system. And then once we're complete, that road is then accepted into the town highway system, and the cost of those improvements are borne by those residents through Christina's special taxing district.
Yes.
Specifically to those residents, since that improvement is said to benefit those specific residents.
But it comes into the town's highway system, it becomes a public road.
Yeah, it's typically unopened roads, private roads, et cetera.
So what are the
Can't hear
costs
you.
associated with that? Does everything get charged back? Like, would we need to put aside money for the design and engineering?
Yeah, so it's kind of on a case-by-case basis. It depends on the length of the road. It depends on the level of improvements of the existing road. We recently did ones that were fully paved, but they weren't paved to town standard. They didn't have drainage, so it was a reconstruction of that. Whereas a road similar to this road, we're talking about clearing, we're talking about land grading. It's a much more intensive use within this area. But yeah, it involves the surveying of the road, the design of the road, all the construction monitoring, the inspection services, test holes, soup to nuts. The design is borne and paid for by those within that special taxing district.
We did this on Butcher Lane in Noyak.
I'm
Right.
not familiar with Butcher. It sounds about right. Old Farm Road was a recent one. Meadowlark
Right.
Lane was
Meadowlark.
recent.
Years
So,
ago, right.
My question is for council, have we ever done it where we go into partnership with a community, say if we're gonna get a multi-use path out of this?
We have not done that before. And
Is
I
that a
don't know-
possibility?
I don't know if we can expend the monies in that way, because unless it's going to a town benefit, we can't give them an added benefit that nobody else is getting. So I don't know. We haven't
Even if
done
we're,
that.
that second lane we're doing as a multi-use path that's only open to them in a case of an
We
emergency?
can look at it, but we've never done that.
Okay.
So in this instance, there would be preliminary plans, there would be gates and allowing people from the neighborhood to exit, but others cannot enter unless it's an emergency situation, and then the gates would be open.
That's correct. This initial design was prepared in order to discourage vehicles from cutting through this neighborhood during the morning traffic flow.
They didn't want it to become a
Understandable.
public roadway. That's why they didn't want to do the TL 200.
But they want a public roadway to exit.
So in
They
order.
want to be able to exit,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that pedestrian
Pertains to
path
it,
was
so I'm
a
calling it a public road.
beneficial reuse of the project in order to still construct two ways in and out. That way in to theoretically be used during an emergency, and the gates to be opened by a police officer or the fire department, and to still make sure that's in place, close it off, but allow the neighborhood to use it too. So that was the initial design. When we go back out to design, that design will be brought in front of the town board.
But if we were to proceed under Town Law 200, in those cases, were bonds required because the town has to lay out the funding for the project and then recoup it?
We normally, so we've done this, we normally, once we do the cost estimate and then the residents agree on it, we do a bond, we borrow the money, and then the actual work begins. But it's a separate bond resolution, you know, that,
So if we were to pursue, as the supervisor
as
mentioned.
the Town Law 200,
Yeah, it would be a separate resolution. It would be
right.
different.
It would
Right.
be an entirely different process. They would be
Right.
submitting petitions, they would need a
Right.
certain percentage of property fronting the road, et cetera.
Is there a vote, while we're on the process of Town Law 200 that you reviewed quite quickly, which I appreciate, but is there a vote or is it petitioning for Town Law
It's
200?
petitioning on the vote.
It's a community vote
Percentage of
in
the
the
residents?
Correct,
area,
we need
whether
a
they want to do it or
specific
not?
amount, yeah.
Okay.
So if I may attempt to clear things up, so the residents are required to petition my office to prepare the estimate. We then go out to the remainder of those residents on that street. I do not know of any examples where the town has initiated a Town Law 200 on roads that has not, that process is supposed to be initiated by the residents.
So have we not, I mean, we have received concerns though about this particular access point.
And they,
Yes.
from what the few meetings that I've been involved in, the residents of the area do not want to do a Town Law 200. They want the town to
do it,
to provide this road.
But if they were told that, we'll put it in for you, but we're gonna have to form a taxing district.
And maybe this.
I don't believe they had the support, I don't believe they had the minimum percentage required to bring a Town Law 200.
Why?
Because there's a, I don't remember what it is, but there's a specific percentage required to be able to do that, and they didn't
And
meet
this
that
is not a
standard.
super wealthy area, there's residents in here that can't afford any,
It's
There's
a
different-
little more
there's-
than 50%.
Yeah, it's
It's
different
based on
depending on
road
property
frontage.
frontage.
Yep. And St. Andrews Road would still be private in that instance, so you have kind of that to contend with as well.
Is that the eminent domain portion?
No, so St. Andrews Road is the.
West.
Sanders Road
Oh, on
West,
the
yeah.
west, yeah.
That was the very
The woman.
potholy road that the
Yeah.
woman previously was speaking
Yeah.
about. That's still a private road, so,
And we have a large inventory of private roads throughout town that have been, had issues.
It's part of the concern here. It's like, if the town steps forward and improves this road, you know, what other
Roads.
You could-
you know, are going to request this money, and, you know, would we be obligated to pave it?
yeah, I think
And-
the town initially looked at it due to the public safety aspect of it,
Uh-huh.
but
They felt
We're
this-
not actually improving, we're creating a road.
Creating it, right.
The prior board felt that
Yeah.
this road was distinguishable from others.
Because of that distinction, Councilwoman, that we are creating a road, I think there are aspects that we still need to account for before moving ahead on something like this, especially with, you know, surveying the public. I get many of the neighbors came in today and spoke to us, and I hear their pain, and I think it's very real, and we do need to work on ways to mitigate traffic, and I know a lot of residents are dealing with the headache of our traffic issues here in Southampton, but because of also the sensitive area that this is, let's also remember that we're in Shinnecock Hills. This is also could potentially be nation ancestral territory that we may need to just look into and make sure that you know the nation would be okay with creating a road. I think that's a very essential step that we have to make sure we are doing our due diligence and we're talking with everybody. I get obviously that this is you know, we need to figure out something to mitigate some of the pain that some of these folks are facing in terms of traffic. Are there alternatives that you're looking at specific? Were there any alternative plans that you drew up for this that doesn't require the creation of a road or possibly connects some roadways together or?
there are no alternatives that don't require creation of roadway.
Okay.
Otherwise, they would be able to exit currently.
I mean, there's houses on 39 that can only exit their driveway onto 39.
What is this blue line? Does that mean nothing is there, or is it a dirt road?
May I approach?
Yes.
Not quite- not quite, Tom.
My glasses aren't that good. Okay, so I can speak on option 1, option 2 if you'd like.
That'd be great.
Limited.
Yeah.
Do you want a copy?
Yeah,
It's-
we were looking at option 1 for a while.
I don't know if they have that because this was brought to us by a constituent.
Okay.
yeah.
If Charles wants to. Charles, is this something you can zoom in on?
Charles?
I don't think you're on the table.
You have to hold it up.
If you,
Put it on the wall.
if you hold it up or something,
Okay, so option 2,
lift it up a little higher. There you go.
To the right.
I can't see myself.
Right there.
Option 2 is the roadway that is currently in question with the proposed bonding. Option 1 was an extension of Hillside Road that was explored, say, 2017, 2018, at about the time I came to the town. That option was abandoned, I believe, on account of the neighboring residents on that road, and I believe that there was, I don't think we had buy-in from all of the town departments that might maintain or access that road. I think there was some pushback on that end, on the hillside portion from but I'd have to check my
Well,
files.
what would be required for option 1? It seems like much less, you know.
Invasive.
Yeah, I think it's still acquisition of right-of-way and all that. I can definitely check the file and get back to you on that one. But that option was abandoned, and the town had proceeded with picking option 2 as its preferred option and moving forward on that end. That's just how we're here today. We can always revisit option 1. It is 5 to 6 years later since that decision was made. So
Is that a dirt road, that blue part?
yeah, so that is unopened.
You could,
Yeah,
early in this process, you can make it through there.
One
but then
could traverse
an owner-
that, but not safely, I wouldn't
Yeah.
say, nor legally. It could become a road.
So, Tom, historically, subdivisions like this, years ago, when they were cut through and these paper roads were created, and somebody went to the planning board and they got these paper roads and they got all of these parcels subdivided and they started selling them and all that, why doesn't some of these right-of-ways get paved? Just historic.
I can't answer on this one
Right,
specifically,
each one is
but
different, I would
either the developer makes an agreement with the town to create a road and drainage plan and to create a road that they're going to dedicate to the town and honestly give up control over that road. And then you have private communities that keep roads private so that the homeowners associations can gate them and they can have a lot more control over them. In this case, this right-of-way was not even constructed.
Right.
And was just unopened and was just part of an older, very old subdivision map. So.
Right, so my point is, this is not something that the town did or didn't do, most likely. It's just,
I
it's
would have to check that file, but.
Well, I'm thinking that somebody who did the subdivision decided not to pave that portion and leave it a cul-de-sac kind of neighborhood where it is one way in and one way out.
So, I mean, I'm hearing a lot of questions about this. I know Jim has been working on this more so than anyone. So, for sake of this, do we want to just take it off all the way or go through with it and then we can always?
Could we table until we get more information?
Just for the process, no, not for the process of getting through the.
But I mean, you don't have to, we can always do it.
We can rescind it.
You're not committed to going through with it.
No.
Well, and the other part of this is that $1 million doesn't do it. And it's not enough to fund the whole
Was
project.
there more than allocated over the 5 years? Was it this year? This is in total?
So the initial estimate 3 years ago or 4 years ago when we started the design of this project was that it was going to be about $1 million. That was a rough sketch based on the previous town engineer's estimate of 5 foot contour topography. It was very rough. Let's say that we did proceed with this project, it would be the first step in funding it. We do look at projects over multiple years. So.
Is it possible too, though, to also make this cheaper by doing it either one way in or one way out, like dedicated, like not 2 lanes wide, make it so that it's in exit only, and then in cases of an emergency, it's it's entrance only?
Yeah, we could potentially make this road 14 feet wide and make it one way with no sidewalk or no room for pedestrian access, but it would be a one-way road. So in an emergency, the police chief or whoever would have to say,
there to
yeah,
the
which
PCO.
way is more beneficial.
Yeah.
I would still recommend some type of sidewalk because the residents of this specific neighborhood have never had access via or through pedestrian means to the rest of the town. Their pedestrian access is onto 39. I was looking at this a way to let someone walk down Hill Station and get to Montauk Highway, and just from a pedestrian access perspective, I mean, the Pominock Trail is there, but there's a lot to talk about in this specific example, so let me know what you want to do.
Just, why can't this be, if we're not going out anyway until later in the year, right? Why can't this be tabled until the next meeting?
Well, because it's more costly, you know.
You want-
than-
You are going out then with a group with?
Well, then.
Or notice it all together.
Right, you publish it all together, the notices go out, and then, you know, if you, I mean, you obviously
rescind
don't
it.
have to vote on it, you can say no, and then we'll, you know, we're not gonna do the legal notices, but then I have to ask our bond counsel to do another resolution with another, you know, legal notice.
Even if we just table it, even if,
I mean, if you
till
table.
next meeting?
Well, then, I mean, I think there were already resolution, you have the public notices already, right?
We don't send it out until it's approved.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that that's gonna push that. Absolutely, I mean, we're not borrowing that money anyway right now, so, until much later, so
But the
if you have
easiest way to do it is to just do this and then rescind it.
I mean, unless you know you're definitely
It's
not gonna
easier
do it,
way.
then
Yeah.
you just not go, you know, just say no, and
It seems to me
that'll
like we
be
need more
it.
information and.
It's really up to the board to decide whether or not this is a project that you
Saying
wanna,
it.
that you wanna continue.
Oh, I, you know. It's a lot of strong feelings about this road.
I mean, what's the distance between, of that small blue line on option 1?
Is there water up, street water up there?
I do not have that distance off the top of my head.
I don't know that.
No, I don't.
'Cause, sorry.
I think
And
the
that-
second blue line is about
They do-
1,600 feet, so.
I mean, just to clear
No,
that, if
it's
that
more.
was just cleared.
Well, option one, it would have to be taken into the town system, and the road that's indicated in yellow there would also have to be upgraded to town standards.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Or this could just be cleared by the
And-
people
and-
that live
and
there.
be cleared.
We don't,
We would have to do the whole road as well. It would be physically cheaper or easier to do.
I'd say it's a
but not
similar
easy.
process, but it's gonna cost less.
And I
Okay,
think those
there you
residents
go.
are opposed
Right
to
here.
anything.
It being improved.
Yeah.
anything like.
They don't want it being improved.
It's like right here, look, these residents.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that's a private road.
I don't care, either way. Just need to decide something.
Any sponsor.
I'm hoping strongly one way or the other, so.
Sorry to put it on you, Supervisor.
well, I think, the problem is there's others in here too that we're not 100% on, that we're gonna.
I'd like more information, and I'd like to consult with the nation's Grave Protections Society, just to make sure, like, they'd be okay with it. But I understand too, we have the power to rescind. I just hate to put something on Tom's lap to get started on, and we then go,
Well, he's not doing anything until he has funding.
Yes, and if you, whether you approve this bond funding or not, I'm not moving forward on this project
Okay.
unless I hear from the board, so.
Okay.
You won't be able to
Yeah.
spend money until the entire road is in town's name, right?
Correct.
Because there's.
Well,
the process.
Yeah.
Well,
I just-
yeah.
That's right.
But, but you can't spend bond money
he has to
until,
know you wanna
any
do the
bond money
project.
until.
Yeah, at this point, we need the town attorney's office to take the road in, and then we would be comfortable moving
Because there's a whole
forward.
nother proceeding that would have to take place.
That's the
With
safest
hearing,
Yeah.
I don't know why this is not working.
Sorry, Christine, I'm
There's a
trying
whole
to
nother
hear you.
proceeding that would have to take place, is my understanding, an eminent domain procedure. And that's gonna take a little bit of time as well, so, and you don't know how that's gonna,
It has to be through eminent domain.
I believe so. Like Councilman McNamara said, Jim really has been the lead attorney on this, but I believe that that's what they were talking about, but we
It
can
is in
confer
the
with
name
him.
of a defunct company who owns it. And so he was talking about a quitclaim deed.
Oh, okay.
Is that the same thing legally?
If it's in,
It's not eminent domain. We're going to a court where a judge is going to decide this. I thought it was, that there was a path there to gain ownership.
I'd recommend then conferring with Jim.
Okay.
because maybe the county owns it, because not paying taxes if it's defunct.
Well, it's a right-of-way. I don't think there are any taxes on it, but I don't know. I defer to higher powers on this one.
I mean, I just think we should just do with this what we're doing with all the other ones, and then
Okay.
look at them.
I'm okay with that, but, obviously, there are some questions here. What do you all think?
For the sake of moving forward and.
Councilman Maselli, what do you think?
I mean, it doesn't matter what, I mean,
Yeah.
It does matter.
No, I know.
I just know that there's other ones that other people aren't comfortable with, and we're kind of just.
Sure, yeah, no, I don't want to
Going
stay
through
on
and then
this
taking
one.
a hard
I
look
mean,
at them.
truthfully, I think right now, until I gain some further knowledge, I'd like to abstain from this vote.
As long as we have 4, that's fine.
Sorry.
Councilman?
That didn't help.
What are we doing with the West Hampton ones?
All right,
The West
so
Hampton
call
ones we
the
pulled.
Roll.
Oh, those
please,
are all pulled.
Madam Clerk.
I appreciate you giving me a break to catch my breath on the roll calls.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll just vote yes, because we're doing it for another one.
Supervisor Moore,
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Aye.
Councilman Iacili.
Abstain.
Councilman Pell.
Yes.
Councilman Scibone.
Aye. Did we have a second on that?
You did,
Okay.
Cindy.
I seconded when no one else wanted
Councilman
to.
A
McNamara.
while ago. Right, I remember.
Town Board
See how that one
Resolution
goes.
2024-116, bond authorization of $1 million for the construction of a new replacement bridge, Joe Lane.
Second.
Supervisor Moore,
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Aye.
Councilman Iacili.
Yes.
Councilman Pell.
Yes.
Councilman Scibone.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-117, bond authorization of $1,350,000 for improvements to the Shinnecock Commercial Dock.
Second?
Supervisor Moore?
I just had one thing here.
Yep.
I want to see a plan.
I'm sorry, did somebody say?
We're actually
Oh.
reworking the plans. We're gonna bring them to you at a work session before we go forward with this. We're
Okay.
removing the public parking, we're removing the crossover the dunes.
Oh, that's the thing
That's
that I
all
was-
coming out.
Okay.
So.
We're gonna have a work
we
session
Can
on it.
approve this, but
Yes.
if we don't spend all the money.
And we don't have to borrow the total amount.
No.
We can borrow less than the 1,350,000.
But there are other improvements that we need to do there that we weren't doing in order to put the public parking in, that need to be done for the sake of the dock. So.
This is only for up to 1
But the cell, yes, and we have
This
the
is
cell
part of the
tower,
cell.
and we have the cell tower to offset
The
the debt, so,
It's fine.
but we're gonna have a work session on it.
This is, okay. good.
Okay.
So this is just bond up to 1,350,000. If we want to do, if we think that the estimate's 500,000, then we just borrow
It's
500,000.
not gonna be $500,000.
No, I'm just saying,
I know.
I mean, I don't know how much it's gonna be, but I'm just saying, we don't have to
We're
borrow
gonna come
that.
back to you with an updated
We
plan.
have
and-
rebuilt the dock.
Yes.
And that includes electric. and,
Yes.
You know, you climb under there, which I did. It looks good, you know? So we have more improvements. We've also improved bulkhead, so we are definitely we are committing millions of dollars to the
Yeah,
commercial dock.
no, I get it, and this is, we also have a non-for-profit now working with us on the commercial fisherman
agree.
side that's looking to get grants from the Farm Bureau and the state to offset the costs of running the pack out.
As part of this proposed redesign, removing the dune crossover, removing the public parking section, removing the renovation of the restroom facility and the ramp and such, we're looking to cut at least $300,000 off of the price of this.
But,
And it reduces our permit requirements because we're gonna now flip-flop back to the east side of the property and hopefully prioritize the area for the fishermen, so.
The storage areas.
Correct,
Yeah,
the
that-
corrals, yeah,
The corrals.
yeah. So,
Great, that's really good that we're reworking.
It's all seconded.
I seconded it.
Okay, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
I got lost in the time.
So, ready for the vote? Okay. Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Aye.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-118, bond authorization of $1,415,000 for the reconstruction of town roads.
Second.
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Aye.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-119, bond authorization of $1,850,000 for improvements to various town parks, playgrounds, and recreational areas.
Second?
Supervisor Moore?
Aye.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Aye.
Councilman Iacili?
Yes.
Councilman Pell?
Yes.
Councilman Scavone?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-120 to amend the 2023 budget for various departments as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Did we do 120?
Just did.
Town Board Resolution 2024-123 to authorize the disbursement of light mitigation funds for Riverlay Avenue lighting.
I'm sorry, 121.
110.
Installation.
Page 110.
Page 110, you forgot one.
Oh, it listed all this one, all right. Oh, jeez. Okay. Town Board Resolution 2024-121, amend the 2024 adopted budget for nutrition programs, part-time salaries.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-122, amend 2024 Department of Land Management Building and Zoning Division electrical permit fee schedule, effective January 23rd, 2024.
Second.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
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 Town board,
No? Oh,
correct?
which one are we on? 123?
Did I skip? Am I the one ahead?
We didn't do 123 yet.
Sorry.
All right, 123, 2024 to 123. Authorize disbursement of blight mitigation funds for Rivoli Avenue lighting installation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-124, appointing members to the Dark Skies Advisory Committee for 2024.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Town Board Resolution 2024-125, appoint Safety and Risk Management Committee for 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Tommy John?
It's your turn.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
119.
119.
Page 119.
I like your book.
126.
It's a good way to do it.
It's easier.
Page 119.
Do you not have
Here we go.
You don't have your own resolution?
Here you go.
Just checking, just wanted to, thank you.
I know you've
Just
been
to
here a
let the
long
world
time.
know that that page wasn't here.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it?
Really?
Okay.
Sorry.
May I read?
That's
yours?
rich.
I'm- I'm thinking.
No, no.
I think it got
Here
changed.
you go.
It got changed and amended, and it got changed in our packets.
Okay.
Oh,
They didn't come from my office.
No.
though. Okay, just want to make sure.
Think.
Okay, well, this was the walk-on,
No.
no? Okay,
Not today.
Town Board Resolution 126 of 2024, resolution adopting Community Housing Fund Project Plan as an amendment to the Southampton Town Housing Plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations,
Let me
Kara.
write that down.
Taking that out of order an hour ago.
Town Board
Okay, next
Resolution.
up.
Town Board Resolution 2024-127, resolution to authorize the release of a performance bond for demolition of a house located at 420 Montauk Highway, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-271-1-2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-128, 2024 part-time,
Second?
should we say, salary schedule?
Should say
I don't know.
hourly
Weird.
rate.
Shouldn't it say
For the
what?
hourly rates for the specified employees? Because
Because it's not,
it's
I
not all
said salary, and
part-time.
they said it's not salaries, so it's hourly rates for the listed individuals.
I agree with that.
Hourly rates for the listed individuals, so.
Are we amending it?
Yeah.
the Resolution
I agree.
as amended.
No, we need a
I'm
motion
sorry,
to
I
amend
didn't
it
hear-
first.
I couldn't hear what was going on down there.
We're going to amend the resolution just to change the title, so I need a motion to amend the resolution.
Second? She wants to add as,
Yeah, to say now, 2024 part-time hourly rates for the
Shouldn't it-
individuals set forth below.
Shouldn't it say includes hourly rates for part-time for the first whereas?
What are you amending, the title?
Yes.
Okay, so, tell me. what
2024
it say?
part-time salaries for the
No.
listed individuals.
You gotta do it
Hourly.
right,
Hourly
'cause Ray will
rates.
be up there.
It's hourly rates, what?
You have to do it right, because Ray will be complaining about it.
You can just do
For the
hourly.
listed
Hourly rates.
individuals.
Yeah.
Or just
And to amend the first whereas clause to eliminate the word salaries and replace it with hourly rates. Are all in favor? So-
Aye.
And then Town Board Resolution 2024-128 as amended.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Get all that, Sandy?
That was pretty smooth. Nicely done.
Getting there. Town Board Resolution 2024-129, accept the resignation of Gary Latanzio, cook in Housing and Community Services.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I do the next one?
Yeah, sure.
Town Board Resolution 2024-130, accept the retirement of Diane Carpenter, Senior Account Clerk in the Town of Attorney's Office.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
I just want to make a moment on that she's been here a long time.
36
and she's
years.
very helpful, and I have known her before she even worked here.
And we wish her well in her retirement.
Yes, and we miss her candy dish.
Yes. That is
Most
true.
of all.
Most of all.
Everything else?
That's it. That's all I got to say on that.
Town Board Resolution 2024-131, accept the retirement of Janine Savasco, Employee Benefits Supervisor in Human Resources.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And congratulations to Janine.
Yes, and we miss her
Yes.
very much.
Town Board
Can I do this one too?
Yes, go ahead.
2024-132, appoint Christian Peterson to Principal Environment Analyst position in the Community Preservation Fund.
Second.
All in favor?
I've known him since he's been a
Aye.
youngster.
Well, congratulations,
Nice
Christian.
guy, hard worker.
Town Board Resolution 2024-133 to appoint Kevin Sickler to the Water District Maintenance Crew Leader in Hampton Bays Water District.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Kevin. Town Board Resolution 2024-134 to appoint Maria Espinales to Senior Police Operations Aide position in the Police Department.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Welcome, Maria. Town Board Resolution 2024-135 to appoint Matthew Palmieri to Records Management Assistant position from the Civil Service list.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Welcome, Matthew. And Town Board Resolution 2024-136 to appoint Stephanie Orlando to Assistant Senior Citizens Center Manager in Senior Services.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Welcome, Stephanie. Oh, and then Town Board Resolution 2024-137 to appoint Tina Jambensky to Account Clerk position from the Civil Service list.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Welcome, Tina.
Town Board Resolution 2024-138, authorizing the Youth Bureau staff to attend Association of New York State Youth Bureau's 2024 Annual Youth Leadership Forum.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-139, resolution to appoint delegate to the New York State Association of Towns 2024 Annual Meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that's Councilwoman McNamara.
Very nice.
It's second you're doing it.
Town Board Resolution 2024-140, to terminate employee in the Municipal Works Department.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-141, co-sponsored by Councilwoman McNamara, update town workplace violence prevention program.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, Town Board Resolution 2024-142.
We have an
This
amendment.
is a motion to amend, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Second?
No, motion to amend, yet the notice of public hearing that was previously issued on the sewer district for the Riverside Sewer, just to correct the date, it
Mhm.
appears. All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What are you amending?
The last whereas.
Oh, you have
Page
to know
135.
everything?
Yeah. January
Just-
17th.
Yeah, it's just to change the date.
Oh, I have it too.
January 17th is getting changed to January 23rd.
This is Mr. Scavone.
Okay.
The last
You
whereas
got that
clause
page?
on page 135.
You got that page? Okay.
The first whereas?
Last whereas,
whereas.
right above the resolve, the last.
You good?
It says and whereas.
Not.
Okay. I'll wait.
You
Page
got it?
135.
Kim's got it.
Madam.
It's okay. Kim has it.
Town Board Resolution
wait,
140.
We have to vote on the underlying resolution.
We still have to vote on amending it.
What they do.
Yeah.
No, I think, didn't we
Second.
As
adopt
amended.
that at the
I
last
seconded.
time?
Okay.
Excuse
I
me?
can't hear you down here.
I'll speak louder.
Okay.
Yes, so.
We didn't vote to, we devoted?
You only
to amend?
you only voted to amend.
Correct.
Yes,
And now
okay.
you need to vote
To
on
The
the actual
underlying-
resolution as amended.
So Marie's make the motion.
Yeah, make the motion.
Same second?
Same second.
Same vote. Aye.
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 Aye. Town Board Resolution 143 of 2024, notice of public hearing to consider the acquisition of 4 Red Creek Road in the hamlet of Hampton Bays and amend the CPF project plan and CPF management stewardship plan to include such property.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 2024-144 to accept a deed of dedication of open space in connection with the subdivision known as Map of Chicken Briar located in Eastport.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Town Board Resolution 145 of 2024, to authorize the acquisition of property located at 99 Montauk Highway, Watermill, for the production of community housing through the Community Housing Fund.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mhm. Okay, Town Board Resolution 146 of 2024. Consider the acquisition of historic preservation and conservation easement on property located on 560 Bridge Lane, Sagaponic, and to amend the Community Preservation Project Plan and CPF Management Plan and Stewardship Plan to include said property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then we have our walk-ons, 4 of them. Number 45436, notice of public hearing to consider extending Southampton Town Code, Chapter 314, entitled Moratorium on Battery Energy Storage Systems by amending Section 314-4 entitled Moratorium Period to extend for another 6-month period.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
As-
Co-sponsor?
We're all on it.
Oh.
And as we mentioned before, we're gonna have, at a work session, discuss a lot of details before that date. Number 45442. Oh, I'm sorry, Tommy John, that's yours. Councilman
Town Board
Scanlon.
Resolution 45442, authorize the supervisor to execute a contract amendment with Delalio Coal and Stone Incorporated, doing business as South Fork Asphalt, for Round Pond stormwater improvements.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number 45444, to approve the warrant number 2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 45446, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, authorize Universis Inc. to conduct an on-site visit to the Hampton Bays Water District for detailed discovery sessions with the Hampton Bays Water District Office administrative and field staff members.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I believe that concludes the resolutions. A what?
We did it.
We did it.
Motion to close.
Well, we need to go into executive session now, don't we, for, I thought, or is that after the
No.
work session? We don't have one tonight.
No, nothing.
We don't have one today.
I'll say,
Unless
if we got exec now,
Where am I
I'm
at?
out of here.
Yeah, okay.
But we did get some reading materials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
All
you
right,
to our
then.
constituents.
A motion to close the meeting?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.